Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. I hope you guys are all fine and dandy tonight. We have some good. We actually have lots of black pills. But I will try to make them easier to swallow. Um, for you guys. But in the meantime, we gotta get some foreplay first, right? We gotta get the gears, grinding. No, wait. WD-40 doesn't help with the grinding. It makes it easier. It makes it smoother. Okay, we gotta apply that WD-40 down first, right? Get that lube inserted before we can actually get the black pill depository. Go in here. So yeah. I hope you had a good day today. I hope you had a good day, everybody. Here. And thank you, Cody Opperman, for starting out stream strong with a $2 of shekels tonight. If I be gay, I can't have kids. Think, Maul. Think. I'm sorry, but didn't you know it's Pride Month? It's June 1st. Okay, June 1st. It is Pride Month. You are legally required to be gay for an entire month. Get that monkeypox. Get those STDs. Shove PrEP down your throat like crazy, because that's the only way you can actually survive having your horrible sex. And then have a good fun. All that great stuff, right? You know how like I end stream with like don't be gay, we don't like the gays here. Well, congratulations, we love the gays. Gay means happy, right? Rainbows are the signs of God's promise to never flood the world again. And we love rainbows and gays. We want to be happy. We like rainbows. They're pretty. And we love getting AIDS. What more could you possibly want here? I'm just saying. Hmm. I refuse. Aw, come on, that's no fun. Are you saying there's something wrong with being gay? That's not very inclusive of you, Joshua Marrer, 9784. Tis tis tis. I'm gonna have to put you on a watch list now and ban you from the UK as well. Uh, Someone administer 500 grams of ivermectin now. Yes, we gotta get rid of the buttworms, but we can do that in July. First, we have to get the buttworms in the first place here in June. Rainbow bruises on our kidneys. Yes. Yes. And bruises on your knees, too, from sucking all that cock. AIDS, the gift that keeps on giving all year round. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. See, you understand. You understand, what June is for. Cease this gay Bolshevist nonsense at once. Make me gonna have an entire month just for it. Aren't you happy? Aren't you proud? After all, it is Pride. Pride Month cancel do the white poor summer. Excuse me here. You cannot cancel Pride Month for the white men. White boys have privilege all year long, okay? And we only like black gay men here too, because white gay men have been dropped on the totem pole 10 years ago. Come on, keep up with the times. Keep up with the times. Your bigotry clearly has no end here. What white boy summer? White boys need to be extinct. What are you talking about? Be crime, do gay. Banning Hassan Biker is the only good thing my shitty UK government has done. I would agree, and watching him meltdown has been funny. Well, I say watching that, but like I haven't been paying that much attention to it. I mean, I have and I haven't. It's part of the topics for today, but like I'm kind of going in blind. That's why I need PrEP. But we'll address that a little bit later. White family summer. Actually, So humans sort of kind of have uh a cycle, because you know how like animals have a breeding cycle where like like a certain point in the year they breed like rabbits, and then they give birth a lot. I forget what the proper term is off the top of my head. I know there's a specific term for it. Humans have always been considered like not actually having that as much. Um, but it's actually we kind of do. Not exactly though. But sort of kind of, because a lot of people, a lot of families get pregnant during the winter times, and then they give birth during summer. That's you can notice it with how many summer births exist. There's a lot of people. Majority of people have births within the summer, including me. Your local retard right here. Now, obviously, there are winter and spring and fall births there. But if you actually pay attention, a good chunk of people actually have summer birthdays. And it's believed it's because that's the one, it's like the peak season, right? It's the warmest season. The most amount of resources are available with, game and berries and various other things like that. And so it's good to actually like raise a kid or actually give birth during that time period, because that should be like, peak resources available, especially right before fall when the harvest actually starts coming in too. And so it's good to actually have a baby during that time period, because of all the resources aplenty, there right before winter. Versus if you give birth during winter, yeah, chances are the baby and the mother are not gonna survive that cold. Now are they? Hmm. So, yeah. Anyway, so when you say like white family summer, that popped in my mind there, because uh basically it should be a white family summer because there should be a lot of births happening in the summertime. If not, then you better get to it. Yeah. That makes sense, especially with how everything revolves around the school system nowadays. Well, if you apply that too, that also makes sense. But it seems to be, it's hard to tell if it's actually uh like an evolutionary thing, or if it's more modern example. I haven't actually gone back in time to see if there was like lots of summer births, 100 years ago, something like that. But it seems to be kind of the case. I'm a November baby, which is Valentine's baby, 9 month on Valentine's Day. Well, at least your parents had a good Valentine's Day now, didn't they? I think the better explanation is that it's too cold to do anything outdoors in the winter, so people stay in bed. Well, I mean, yes, but like from an evolutionary standpoint, like there is still plenty of things to do during the winter time to survive. But yes, being really close to each other, so the body heat keeps you warm. Oh, Leo gang rise up. Ayo, ayo. Hmm. Hmm. Did you see the stats on how white birth rates are rising in America and are on track to be the highest by 2028, non-Hispanic? I did. And that is a white pill. We brought it up on the Under the Bridge podcast that I have on V's channel with him briefly. And then he had to shut it down because it got a little bit too spicy. And as per usual, I was able to make that white pill into a black pill. Because it's like don't get me wrong, it is a white pill and it should be appreciated for what it actually is. But it is important to note that we cannot replace the browns. Like the nons are too many to quantify, right? So no matter how much you breed, you'll never actually replace them, because when white birth rates are rising, like it just means going from one child to two children on average. Nuns, on the other hand, have multiple children, and so while we should be the highest by 2028, which is good, uh, it's gonna be a while to actually fix the stats in other places, especially since once the boomers die, and then all the nuns that have come in and had children that are already growing up. And then by time those white birth rates that are the highest by 2028 grow up, the nuns that are already like in kindergarten right now will be having kids if they don't get deported soon. But remember, deportation's the moderate solution. So basically, kind of, it's definitely a white pill. We should be happy that white people are having kids. but you know, we can't lose sight by the actual solution that's needed to handle the rest of them that are here. Hmm. Regardless, breeding is necessary to make babies chat. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%, right? Like, take it as a white pill, be happy about it, but don't forget that it's just one small part of the grand solution at hand to get rid of the nons. Hmm. There. Uh. Sneak birth control in the drinking water of the nuns. Yes, I'd be down for that, right? I would be down. Hmm. Hmm. Key point: they're rising, or only rising relative to other races, i.e., falling less slowly. Yeah, because like, when it comes with the other races, it's kind of strange how it's been taken into account. Um, because like there's the fact that there are decent nuns that are self-deporting thanks to Trump. That is something that you should be happy of, with and be let me rephrase that. It's something you should be proud of, but remember it's very small, right? It's still something Trump has done, but it's a very small amount. Um, and then there's the fact that there are like welfare programs being cut to a certain degree. They are going after lots of fraud in general too. Like the JD Vance fraud task force with Nick Shirley has been doing a very good job. I haven't really covered it on stream. It was a topic that I had from one of the streams, and then I just never got around to it because of um other stuff that just basically just ran out of time. Because that happens like all the time. I usually have multiple topics for stream, and I only get to like two of them between the reacting and yapping that occurs. Um, there, but so there has been some good things, but and then also but it's like I said, I'm not trying to ruin the white pill, but we have to remember these factors at hand, and then keep on pushing more and more and more. Hmm. There. Hi, Nazi girl. Well, thank you. Thank you. Hmm. Asian are the only nons that are acceptable. Disagree. Disagree. Unless you mean Japanese, they're honorary Aryans, which I can give them a slight pass. Once again, slight pass. But they should be a last resort. Stick within your own race, white man. I know the most racist white man has the darkest girlfriend, right? I know he likes his chocolate, but come on, break that stereotype. You know, fix yourself. Hmm. Yeah. This won't be fixed in a day or even a decade. The Reconquista was hundreds of years. Yes. It's not gonna be easy, right? Unless there's some extreme, right? Unless there's some extreme forces at hand. But it's something that can be done. You just can't give up, which is important to remember. Yeah. I had a chat with an older liberal white woman who lives in a city where the average house is 2 million plus. She went apoplectic at the thought of any illegals being sent home. Of course, of course. They fucking lose their minds. With that thought. But if you dare, like you should have. I mean, obviously you don't want to ruin relationships, right? You don't want to cause drama for no reason. But at the same time, it would have been funny if you asked her, "Well, are you going to allow the legal to stay in your house?" Right? You know, they need a home too, right? If you're just gonna let them into America, what's stopping you from letting them in your house? Because if we're gonna need build more houses, we're just gonna drive housing up, including your own house. There. So why don't you share a home with an illegal too? Clearly, if they're just allowed in America, just walk on in. They should be walking through your door, and just see how they just Oh, you did, and she said no. Oh my god, of course she did. Of course she fucking did. That happens every single time. They're totally okay with illegals hopping over the border and not thinking about the consequences. It happens to other people. But as soon as you make the equivalent on the local level, aka their house, then of course they shut down because they real like. Did she at least realize the hypocrisy of her answers, or did like? Probably not. I'm assuming there's some cognitive dissonance there. But, like, I want to have a little bit of hope that she would realize their hypocrisy, but she probably didn't. Uh, mm, like, oh god. I know for me, the door example was a huge wake up call quite a few years ago when I heard it. Like talking with illegals, like I was never, even my more left leaning days, I was never for illegals coming here because I was like, oh, they should just go through the legal process, right? You know, like they shouldn't be breaking the law. Like 90s Democrat type of solution is more or less was what I was. But then I heard the door argument and about how, like, you know, it's basically just the equivalent of just allowing them enter your house willy-nilly. And then it became much more hardline about it. Because it's just like, wait, hold on a second. Like, I mean, I'm not, like, I don't want them coming in, obviously. But once I had that comparison in my mind, I was like, okay, we need to get the trebuchets out now. And made me realize how severe it actually was. But for these leftists, right? These liberals just cannot, like, realize the cognitive dissonance between their positions there. Hmm. She's a dumb way up in Cali politics. She helped Kamala get elected in her first race ever. Really? Like, how did she talk to this woman then, actually? Now I'm gonna get curious. Like, did you go to, like, some sort of event? Where she was there? And the fact that she actually, like, was somewhat willing to talk to you about it is pretty crazy, too. A Spanish woman did share a flat with an illegal. She got sexually harassed. Last time her flat by the immigrant. Police were like, we can't do anything till judge. Sounds about right, because squatters' rights exist in the modern age, which is retarded. You should shoot them on sight. Agreed, but there's really no winning over liberals with logic. The only way to win them over is become the default mainstream opinion, the path of least resistance. I would agree. Right, we need to use the Gramscian positions. The same thing that the left has done for the past few decades, the right needs to do as well. That's the reason why they have all the institutional control to these days. So the right needs to do the exact same thing, though a little bit quicker. I know it's supposed to be a slow burn, right? And that's why it's so effective. But the damage that the left-wing ideology has caused is borderline irreparable without some quick final solutions. So we need to, we need to pick up a little bit. But by the way, Palantir was supposed to develop a system to find and hunt these illegals, but apparently they're too busy in the Middle East right now. Yeah, I heard about that, at least the system. I remember, I think I covered it on stream last year. As like a somewhat good thing, because like every single government solution, it can be used against actual citizens, so you need to be a little bit careful about it. But I didn't hear they're too busy in the Middle East, but that makes logical sense because it is Palantir, right? Peter Thiel escapes to Argentina. You know, so that's already a good sign that everything's going quite well. She told me America is an experiment, and it's okay if it comes brown and Muslim. I asked what 300 million Nazis crossed the border. Well, that's impossible. She is a family friend. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, more reason to get women out of politics, especially high levels like that. Like, I don't think she realized how many grapers out there are brown. She's gonna be in a rude awakening there. Also, she should be deported. Even if she is white. At this point. Hello, chuddies and chadet. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day today. We got a variety of different topics to talk about. A little bit of React slop to do, too. You know, there's plenty of things on the chopping block tonight. Speaking of chopping blocks, thank you, Philip, for being a subby bubby over on Kick. Thank you. And Castle Baron for being a subby bubby on Kick for 6 months in a row now. Guess it's another 3 more months, and I'll pop you up for White Boy Summer, right? Let's see, because June, so then July, August, September. Okay, so more like going to be fall. Oh, sorry, White Boy Fall. Is that point for Castle Baron? But that's okay. You know, depending on where you live, September can be still quite warm. Right, so we can count it. We can count it after all. Don't worry, Castle Baron. I'll get you in time. Oh, the Henry Novak body cam footage has been released. Yep. That is one of the topics for today. that is one of the topics for today. That's why honestly today's gonna be a lot more UK centric. I know we just did a UK stream on Friday, with various things. But what can I say? That the UK's actually got stuff. Plus, I kind of feel bad for my UK bros because I used to talk a lot more about UK politics. But I've kind of stopped doing it because it's kind of like all the same stuff. And so like I've been mostly like refocusing on America politics, which is okay because I'm American myself. Um, right, I'll always prioritize American politics first and foremost. But I do like UK politics. Just the problem is it's kind of the same thing over and over and over again. Oh, another white girl got raped. Congratulations. Oh, another person got stabbed. Congratulations. Oh, Starmer did something stupid. You know, okay, congratulations. It's like, I don't know, with the US, and maybe because I'm biased because I am actually American, but there's always something in the United States, right? Trump does something good and or bad. We got the war in the Middle East. Obviously the Palantir from earlier with Peter Thiel in Argentina. You know, we got all sorts of circuses here in America, depending on where you look. So, okay. So, I guess we can start out with the Henry Nowak stuff. It's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. I'm trying to figure out how to structure stream here because I don't want it to be like super depresso. So what we can do is we can do the heavy stuff first, and then like go into the lighter things. So kind of like, so by the end of stream it's not so dark and depressing. Here. Okay. There we go. Get that loaded up. So yes, as Chet has said, oh, for fuck's sakes, I forgot to do this. One day I will remember to change the source on OBS. But today is not that day. Okay, there we go. So yes, as Chet has said, the body cam footage of the arrest of Henry Nowak, has been released. I have not watched it at all. So, and I already can see stuff is being blurred out. So for the sake of YouTube, I hope the bloody mess is also blurred out, but that's me being selfish from my channel. If this part is cut out in the VOD, just don't be too surprised. YouTube doesn't like it if you show lots of gore the first hour of stream. But anyways, but for those who don't know, Henry Nowak is a young lad who was stabbed by a Sikh, which is basically Indian, quite a few months ago now. But the story has only been released as the information has come out. Thanks to Twitter, honestly. Nobody would have known about this if not for Twitter. Basically, Henry Nowak was walking home one night after coming from the bar. And he unfortunately was in the wrong place at the wrong time because a Sikh who, like I said, they're basically Indians who just wear a towel and a special knife that they're called a kirpan, that they can wear for ceremonial reasons that are actual real stabby knives here. He basically came up to him, stabbed him, and then and Henry Nowak kind of run away. But he died bleeding out when the cops arrived, and the Sikh claimed that Henry Nowak said something racist to him, and that's why he was stabbed. And the cops arrested him, Henry Nowak, instead of the Sikh guy. And the Sikh guy was lying the whole entire time. Even like the family helped cover it up too, with the mom taking the same knife that he stabbed the kid with and hid it in their house. And Henry Nowak died bleeding out, handcuffs on the ground, all because he claimed that there was a racist remark. Now, that to me, that's ridiculous in itself, because like the kid was stabbed and you're arresting him. Okay, that's a bit much. And even if he did say a racist remark, okay, who fucking cares? It's not self-defense to stab somebody if they said something mildly racist to you. And then 3, okay, he's still being stabbed. If you do want to go the UK hate crime laws and be like, okay, he did actually say something that's worth arresting by being racist, he's still stabbed. Why would you arrest him as he's bleeding out on the ground? And then to make matters worse, the reports start coming out about the cops actually laughing at him as he's bleeding out. But we now have the actual body cam footage here. So let's see if the reports and what has actually occurred are line up. I have a horrible feeling that they do.
On the bin on the other side of this gate.
He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that.
And he's up here.
Away, mate.
He's obviously fallen from there and he slipped from there.
There's other shooters left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me.
He's grabbed
my brother. He's took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah.
I hate how they have British accents. Like, the quality is so horrible. Like, you think. I know the British government is too busy spending the taxpayers' dollars on the holy NHS. The black hole that it is. But you think the body cam footage should be higher quality in the year of our Lord 2026? You can record something better on a phone than these body cams. So, like, it's horrible quality. Faces are pixelated out. And then you hear just the accents. And they're British accents, but then you look at them, it's like the shittiest skin color you can ever imagine. And it's just like, oh my fucking god. Like, I knew they were, but, like, you hear that accent, and it's just like, oh, you think a British person, right? Like, white. Because everybody knows the British are white, not shit-skin Indian. And then you see them when it's like, fucking hell. It's always a little bit of whiplash there. But, yes.
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruise.
Alright, just step back a little.
Swollen eye, a little bruising.
Started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got.
Listen, I know the quality is kind of ass. A little bit ass. But I do not see a swollen eye there. I just see, once again, shit skin. And the claim that he's like his term enough. Okay, so... who cares? You still stabbed him.
Swollen eye, little bruise.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
And then you just lie there on the
Right,
ground.
let's get you up.
Oh my fucking god. He's just...
Down.
Just there. Just... basically already looking like a dead body. And they're just like surrounding him, just not even paying attention to the fact that he's just bleeding out right there. Like, what the fuck? There's a longer one, which shows a guy saying Nowak, mouthful of blood. There is. This is the one that I found, the 2 minutes and 38 seconds. But if there's a longer one, please send it to me in stream suggestions on Discord, because I did not see it.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we? Oh.
I was in bed asleep. Whenever we just find me up there, look, someone's attacked me.
I can't breathe.
Grab his other arm.
So I've just come running, we only live on St. Denny's Road.
Blood.
Come running around the corner.
What's happened to you, alright?
I like how they had to ask what's happened to you. Are you alright? Like, he hasn't been stabbed. Which I get these Indians. I know they're called Sikhs, but I'm gonna call them Indians. So they're the same thing, except one of them has a fancy knife and a towel on their head. It's just like, you know, they didn't actually admit to the crime they committed. But he's clearly not well.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
Wait, got a mouthful of blood? Okay, let me go back a little bit, because sometimes...
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
You, like, the police officer's so nonchalant. Like, clearly he's not doing well. He's basically a limp body. And he's just like, well, you've been stabbed. Where about, mate? As he continues actually arresting him. Like, you're not gonna, like, flip him over and try to find the stab wound? Like, he clearly is not in the best of health right now. I don't think he's running away.
Hand?
I can't breathe.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Yeah.
He literally said he's been stabbed. Asked where it's at. He says he can't breathe and he's like getting irritated. He's not putting the hand in the cuff. He's been stabbed. He said he's been stabbed. He didn't even try to even look to find where the stab wounds are. You're just being so nonchalant about the whole situation.
This is like
can't
numerous
breathe.
times this has happened to us. We've been walking, we parked literally multiple times we've had people racistly
90
attack
foot.
us, nothing happens.
Something racist? Hold on, sorry.
Multiple times this has happened to us. We've been walking, we parked literally multiple times we've had people racistly
90
attack
foot.
us, nothing happens.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a hard time understanding who's talking in the background. I'm assuming it's the Indian who claimed that it based off the racist remark there. Between the accent, the low quality, the distance, the only thing that I was able to understand was racist. I know, like, okay, is it me, right? It might just be a me thing, but I feel like how they pronounce racist is way too close to the American version of like how they pronounce it. And if anything, that kind of shows it's more like an American import. Like obviously English is English, right? Like in the UK and in America, but the British were the ones that end the slave trade. But it's because of slavery within America. There's this whole taboo about being racist, just in general, because of like we oppress the blacks, blah 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 blah, right? And so everything else comes out with a very thick, English accent going there, except for racist. Like there's a little bit of an accent goes into it, like how he pronounces like it's a little bit sing-songy there, like racist kind of sort of thing. But it's a much more clear pronunciation for me personally as an American compared to the UK accent. There, is it just me, or is it just like is that a thing in general? Mm. The bobbies are utter rubbish. Rubbish. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you have mate stabbed. Usually, I can kind of understand accents. At least the the British accent a bit more, but it's harder for me to understand within this video here. Mm.
He's saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think you've
him.
been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to...
Oh, okay. Now I heard that for sure. There's somebody in the background saying he hasn't been stabbed. I don't know why he's saying that. Well, how we clearly, he has been with the beauty of hindsight.
check, don't we?
Right.
In the face?
Just get these to back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of him.
Should we...
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then.
So go.
Saying to him, I'm keeping him on his side. We were sat up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything. May harm in defence if you do not mention when questioned. It's up to which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? It's going to be sick, I think.
Like, they can clearly tell there's something wrong with him, and yet they're not even trying to look for the stab wound. Like, they kind of briefly lipped off his shirt right around his torso, and then that was about it. They're just kind of like loitering around, unsure what to do, because he's not resisting arrest. He's basically a limp body at this point. He can barely say anything because he's bleeding out, and they're more concerned with the shitskins behind him, or behind them, I should say. And they're just kind of like, oh well, I mean, it's just kind of like a fish. They're playing with a fucking fish.
What's his name?
I just want you to call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's
just-
been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please? His pupils aren't even reacting.
His pupils aren't even reacting. I don't know, maybe because he's been stabbed and he's bleeding out. They probably think he's on drugs or drunk. I mean, possibly. That's part of the accusation was that he's a little bit tipsy coming home from the pub. But he said he's been stabbed. They're not even trying to figure out where he's been stabbed. I can't see any blood, but at the same time, there's the pixelated face, right? So usually there's be blood coming out of your mouth if you've been stabbed in the chest. Plus I can't really see in the ground either. But I would imagine there probably is blood somewhere, right? Somewhere. And I'm just kind of like, eh. He just limp, whatever. Mm. So, but apparently there's a longer, better quality on GB News. So let me see if I can find that real quick. Give me a second. Here. Uh,
You have been racism or
Sorry, give me a second. I have to actually, find the GB News.
did they
version of
call
it.
Henry Novak a horrible name after?
Oh. Is this it?
And you can tell by his voice. You can.
Nope. Okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry, bear with me, chat. Let me try. Let me try the YouTubes instead. GB News Henry Nowak. Here. Arrest. There's a segment from them with the arrest, but that's arguably no different than what I'm doing, because they're just showing little screenshots of it, and their quality looks no different than the quality I have here. Like, it's just, like, oh my god, that hand looks like actually literally already looks like a corpse with how pale it is. Like that little greenish tint that it has there. But like they're just showing like frames of it talking over. Let's see here. But it looks like roughly the same quality that I have. Are we sure those are actual cops? They seem too stupid to be honest. No, it's just the UK cops. They all remember, all they do is just arrest people for hate crimes these days. They don't actually handle any real crimes. They don't handle the rape gangs or the stabbings or anything along those lines. They just only focus on, people saying mean tweets on Twitter. Ooh, I think I have found it. The quality is still actually kind of ass, but it is longer. So, thank you, chat, for yelling at me about that. My apologies. And apparently, I might have to deal with a play button on here too. You know what might be useful? If I actually play the audio, but they weren't really saying anything there until...
Shut up.
Alright.
He's got a mouthful of blood. I don't want him.
He was on the bin on the other side of this gate. He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that.
And he's up
Move
here.
away, mate.
He's obviously fallen from there and he slipped from there.
There's other shoes left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me. He's grabbed my brother. He's took my turban off. Started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruises.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
Got this stud.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we?
Yeah, the quality is the same, if not arguably worse in some areas.
I was in bed asleep. Whenever it just found me up there, look, someone's attacked me.
I can't breathe.
Grab his other arm.
So I've just come running, we only live on St. Denny's Road. Come running around the corner.
But I want to rewatch, regardless of the quality and it being roughly the same video, I do want to rewatch it again, just to see if I missed any other details.
What's happened to you, alright? You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
Don't think you have, mate. Yeah, that's one green-ass hand. I know it's probably like the low quality, the lighting, and everything like that, but that is monstrosity. That looks like it's already starting the rot situation here. Jesus Christ.
Hand?
I can't breathe.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
That is only bit when they walk up. He says you had a mouthful of blood. You had it muted. I didn't hear it when I played it. I know I had it muted, which is my fault, but I didn't hear it either. really does sound like he's vomiting blood, of which the face was unnoticeably how visible is same. Like, I know what they're trying to do to help protect identities and stuff like that, but his face has already been plastered all over the place because of the tragedy that has happened to him. And I know they're probably doing it because maybe it's because of the blood. Because it's going to be too gory to actually show on news. It's for, censorship purposes, right? You don't want to have such a violent scene, seeing what happens actually to white people on a daily basis in the UK. Technically, like in the US too.
Yeah. This is like the branches that's happened to us. We've been walking, we parked literally
Can we get around one of these?
we've had people racist
90
attacks,
foot.
still nothing happened.
He's saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think
him.
he's been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
We have to check, don't we? Holy shit. Okay. The video quality is not the best, but the audio quality is better than the one I found on Twitter. My apologies. But like, okay, in the face. I'm pretty sure he got stabbed in the chest, so maybe she's seeing the blood in the face and assumes that's where he got stabbed because she's a dumb fucking void and shouldn't be a cop. And she's like, oh, we have to check him, don't we? Yeah, you have to do your fucking job. If you see the blood pouring out of his face and he says he's been stabbed and he's acting like he's already a dead body and the last 10 seconds of his life drains away, then yeah, you kind of do have to do your fucking job. Holy shit.
In the face?
Just get these to back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of him.
Should we...
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then.
Say again.
Saying to him, I'm keeping him on his side. We were set up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything. May harm in defence. If you do not mention when questioned, it's up to which you later line of court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? It's going to be sick, I think. I just want you to call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's
just
been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please? His pupils aren't even reacting.
Nope. I don't need the weather report for the UK. It's raining in the UK. No surprise there. Okay, so that was basically the same video with slightly better audio quality. I did kind of miss some things from the last one. But, Jesus Christ. I wonder how bad that video would be if they didn't actually blur his face. Because the only reason, like, why I am in so much distress is because what I already know about the situation. Other than that, the only thing that really gives away the fact that he's been, stabbed and dying is the fact that his body does act like it's dead. It's a floppy fish. And then the hand looking very ghoulish too. There too as well. Other than that, how they react, everything, like, you can't really even tell something's wrong. Other than the fact they're basically just manhandling a dead body. And it's like with all the fucking pixels they're trying to censor and shit. Like, seriously, we need to get a rule. We need to, like, listen, I don't want to overregulate, right? I'm already tired of the government having so many regulations as it is. But I think we need a new one where if they release the body cam footage, you should not be pixelating people's faces, or at least the victim's face at the bare minimum. They didn't bother pixelating the guy who actually stabbed him in the first place. Trying to show his supposedly bruised eye that he got there. Or anything like that. But they're not really actually showing anything with this released body cam footage. We have to pick up the pieces from what we already know from previous reporting. This is a fucking just awful. Surely have an uncensored version of the court, right? I would imagine so. But then again, I could totally see them wanting censor for the court as well, just to protect, you know, identities. This is too gruesome. You know, whatever excuse it is, the same excuse that they use for the public eye is what they're going to be using in the court too. Yeah. They think he's drunk. I know there's been kind of the excuse in the chat. They're like, oh, they think he's drunk. You think he's drunk, but like, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been around enough like dead drunks in my life. Like, my mom was a severe alcoholic, but, like, other than being, you know, wobbling around, slurring her words, and getting very angry, I don't think I've ever seen her, like, pass out like this. Granted, she would stay up till, like, 2, 3 a.m. drinking while I was sleeping, and I would have to sneak into the kitchen if I wanted to get water, which is a whole different story for a different day. But, like, I don't know. I look at this and I see a dead body, not a drunk person here. A lot of people die like this, not getting stopped by police, ignoring health issues. I get the police aren't really there for health reasons, right? That's what the ambulance is for. But they're still trained with like basic CPR and basic like ways to tell if somebody's alive or not. And if he says he's been stabbed, you should probably look for the stab wound. Even if, right, he's lying that he's been stabbed, you already arrested the lad. Just, like, lift up the shirt or unbutton it. Like, it's not that hard to find a stab wound if it's there. And it's pretty obvious that it's there. He says he's been stabbed. What's the percentage of a woman in the UK police force again? Too much, I know, but I'm curious. I don't have that statistic off the top of my head, unfortunately. My guess is like probably 50 to 60%, but that might be too much. That might be too much. But I know there was a huge push years ago to get majority women in the police force in the UK. Drunk or not, they not check him for wounds despite of hearing of a stab wound? Yeah, they just ignored him. Just ignored, like, oh, where'd you get stabbed? Okay, well, he claims to have been stabbed. Lifts off his shirt slightly. Oh, okay, well, whatever. They do not care whatsoever about him. All of them should be fired. They should be the ones thrown in jail for the negligence that they performed here. Like, I know it's the UK versus the US, but Derek Chauvin did his job. And he had the whole book and then some thrown at him for doing his job correctly, mind you. Like, the whole knee on the neck is not true. It was a knee on his shoulder blades at the base of his neck, and that's within the police code to do so when someone's overdosing. So when they throw up because their body's trying to reject the poison, they don't choke on their puke because they're overdosing. There, and that's to help keep them down when they're resisting arrest and thrashing when they're overdosing. That's exactly what Derek Chauvin did. It's just the camera angle made it look like it's on the neck because it's on the base of his neck, on the shoulder blades once again, I know, US versus UK here. But that's a cop doing his actual job properly. Now we go over to the UK here, and there's like at least, 4 of them, right? The body cam footage, this other person here, this lady and this lady, or possibly, I know this is a woman over here. It seems to be like 2 guys and two women. That's what I've kind of picked up from the video. And they're just kind of like waiting around. Well, they're not paying really much attention. They're just, the shitskins claim there's a racist attack. Oh, okay, well, this and, just another hate crime incident, no big deal. That's what the cops are used for anyways. Oh, there's just a white guy just kind of, being a little bit drunk here. Yeah, we'll just arrest him because of hate crime, but whatever. Oh, he claims he's been stabbed. Well, where was he stabbed? Oh, well, who cares anymore? Like, and then he dies. He's like literally dying right there. I'm pretty sure he probably died in this video alone. Like, in the very beginning, he is talking somewhat because he mentioned he was stabbed, and like you can barely hear what he's saying because he's choking on his own blood. And then at the very end, when they're trying to ask him questions, he's just no response for his name. And at the very end, the lady says, well, his pupils aren't even reacting. He just died. We literally just spent 2 minutes and 38 seconds watching a man die to police negligence. They should be arrested. They should be the ones thrown in jail. and free Derek Chauvin. I know 2 different countries, 2 different scenarios, but it just shows like the plight against in the Western world as a whole. That the blight, not plight, but also plight, because both gonna work actually. That exists within the Western world when it comes to whites and the 2-tier system that we have in place here. The police might be in trouble or be investigated as so much pressure coming out from the outside. But will anything actually be done to them if they get investigated? It's gonna be like the government investigated themselves and found there's no one's at fault. More than likely that's gonna happen. I highly doubt. The only reason why this story blew up is because of Twitter. That's it. The mainstream media was not covering it until a Daily Mail article dropped. And like, obviously, like, Daily Mail's got a bad rap, but it's actually not bad. Like, they're the only ones that actually report on a lot of like racial news. Because at the end of the day, this is racial. This is, a hate crime. But in not the same way, we have a shitskin who is using the system to privilege himself, to literally get away with murder by crying racism here, as a white man who was stabbed for just being from the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, literally dies out, bleeds out on the body cam footage here. And 100% racial, the 2-tier system that we have in the West. And it's just... it's infuriating. He was convulsing at the end, so in the penultimate stages of dying, he was convulsing. I did not see that. But then again, I never got the live leaks, okay? I'm watching people die is not exactly my pastime. So I only know from like textbooks and accounts of like what happens when people die. An anatomy class situation. I did not see him convulsing. I was also trying to listen to what they were saying there. I think the cops being negligent are the minor issue in this. The fact that Browns are now stabbing white people for no reason, and then using racism as cover-up is a major issue. I think they both are. They kind of go hand in hand. I mean, maybe not to be too harsh, but like now stabbing white people for no reason, using my racism as cover-up, that's been happening for decades now. It just hasn't really been reported on or an issue because the racism thing has worked for so long. And we only started getting body cams also recently too. Or just the internet in general actually, spreading these videos out. They can actually see what has happened. And you can realize this is actually a major problem. Because you can go back to the 90s. At least in America. I'm going back to America for these references. And the same thing was happening. The 80s, the 70s, the 60s, on and on. Even under segregation, the 1350 rule was in place under segregation. Yeah. Like, it's always been the case that browns are violent and will stab whites just because they like stabbing and murdering because they can't think 15 seconds ahead about consequences. The difference is, as the decades have gone on, it's just more racism works more and more because segregation was such a bad thing. Now we're having blowback for it, which is good, but the fact that no matter how much outrage happens on Twitter, unless somebody goes into the government like Restore with Rupert Lowe and actually changes this, nothing's gonna happen. The police have been arresting people for hate crimes in the UK for years now. The grooming gangs have existed since at least the 70s. And nothing has happened. For decades. Racism has always worked. And the negligence is within it's just the purpose of the system was what it does, essentially. Yeah. What the fuck did I just join into? We were watching the police cam footage of Henry Nowak being killed. It's great. Thank you, Zoxon, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stop tolerating the future system. A Minecraft, those perpetuating it. Those police should have to flee the UK. Well... bit extreme. I mean, I think they should be at least arrested. I don't think they should get the death penalty for negligence. Because like I said, the purpose of the system was what it does here. But they should definitely have the hammer on them, for failing to do their jobs. But they're trained this way for a reason at the same time. So, they should be punished. Meanwhile, the shitskin who actually stabbed him in the first place and cried more racism and the claim that he was assaulted, of all lies, by the way, and literally admitted that he was lying, he should get the death penalty. He does not belong here. He is not British. He stabbed a kid who actually is British. Lied about the whole thing. Cried more racism. Deportation's a moderate solution for him. As if you deport him, he'll just continue committing crimes wherever he goes, and chances are he'll find a way to sneak back in. No, he should get the death penalty. We need to bring back the death penalty for a lot of things, right? Rape, murder, grooming gangs, stealing horses. Like, seriously, if we start using the death penalty a little bit more liberally, one, there will be a lot less Browns in the world, and two, there will be a lot more fear in people's hearts for committing crimes just in general. Manslaughter via criminal negligence? I can maybe see that. I can see that charge for sure. Police leadership need to go and take the College of Policing with them. I would agree, like, the whole system needs to be completely redone. Like, from the top down, just completely restructured. Because it's infested from within. I mean, a lot of local police forces within, like, Rotherham and Birmingham and the various other places where the grooming gangs are quite rampant have been infested with those who actually partake in the grooming gangs themselves at worst, and ignore it at best as they get bribes. So it's completely the whole entire thing is rotted. If I said what I really thought I would bedpost, so I'm gonna step away for a second, get a stiff drink. Understandable. Understandable. I can't blame you for that. Solutions. Yes. Thank you, Aloof. Sorry, not Aloof Hatter. Joe Musk for the $2 reduce. If you think we make good content, I post a Substack on stream ideas. It's a quick read, but it's very worth it. Maybe later if we have time. I might look into it. No promises though. But thank you for the shekels. Also, speaking of shekels, thank you, Mahungi, for being a happy merchant over on Ko-Fi. Thank you. Thank you, Salt Second, as well, for being a Coopstrung soldier over on Ko-Fi as well. So thank you guys for the support. So you can watch more police body cam footage of white guys dying because Browns get away with literal murder. Actually, unironically, not even joking. Yeah, and then on top of it, just the cherry on top, is that Henry Nowak's father directly calls out disgusting behavior of Hampshire police. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police arrested him for assault. That's the last thing he heard. Now, I wanted to watch this because apparently his father said something about diversity. And I'm very curious what his thoughts are on diversity is. I already kind of know what it is, but I want to actually watch it for myself.
I am Henry Novak's father. To my left is my daughter Olivia Novak, Henry's older sister, and to her left is Lucy Ross, Henry's Novak's mother. The jury confirmed what we've always known. Henry's life was taken from him unlawfully, violently, and without justification. Henry was 18 years old. He was kind, ambitious, loved, and full of promise. He had his whole life ahead of him, a degree to finish, places to see, and a future to build. That future was stolen from him, and no verdict or sentence will ever give it back. Henry did nothing wrong. He was one of the kindest, friendliest, and most inclusive people you could ever hope to meet. He was amazing in every way. On the 3rd of December last year, Henry was walking home from a night out with his university football teammates when he encountered Vikram Digwa, a man openly carrying a large knife on the streets of Britain. That knife was used to take Henry's life.
Ah, but you see, racist white man crying over the death of his son. You bigot! That knife is allowed because it's a ceremonial religious knife that the Browns get to have. But you, white man, cannot have yourself to defend because it's racist if you do so. Because we only give out religious privileges and, to Browns in general here. But not you.
He should have been safe walking home. Instead, he became another young life lost to the brutal reality of knife crime in this country.
Knife crime. I know he's reading a speech, right? I know it's part of this whole rhetoric in the UK about knife crime, Gotta ban those knives, right? Gotta arrest, an elderly man for carrying a butter knife on him in his pocket. Those evil, horrible knives. But is it really the knives? Or are we having a different conversation here?
Henry had been stabbed multiple times, and as his chest filled with blood, he tried to escape. He was chased, abused, and filmed by Vikram Digwa and others. When police arrived, Henry was lying on the floor, barely able to sit up and plainly in severe medical distress. With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed.
Unfortunately, and this is probably something I really shouldn't admit, but I cannot hear the phrase, I cannot breathe. I can't breathe, right? Anymore without trying not to laugh. I know it's a serious case. I know that's literally what happened. Obviously, we watched the body cam footage a few minutes ago here. He's choking on his blood because he's been stabbed, so literally he can't breathe. And that's the right sentence to say when the police are asking you questions and you can't fucking breathe, so you're letting them know that, you're having a hard time, surviving there. But thanks to that fucking Inwa 6 years ago, and the amount of memes that have come out about it, it's really hard for me to actually take the phrase "I can't breathe" seriously anymore, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. It's I have to hide my laughter that comes out whenever I hear it. Well, especially when it is a serious situation, an applicable one like now, because I'm like, oh fuck, I've been brain rotted from all the memes. Ugh, and it's frustrating. I wish it wasn't the case. Same, to be honest. I'm glad I'm not the only one here. Floyd, patrons and the fentanyl. Yes! And it sucks. I mean, for fuck's sakes, last week was the anniversary of his death on Memorial Day, right? And my little thumbnail made a joke said I can't stream, right? Because there's so many memes and jokes out of it because of how ridiculous the situation was of the guy severely overdosing on Fent. And the whole shebang here. But now we actually have a white kid who's literally been stabbed multiple times and choking on his own blood, can't breathe. Right? An actual legit victim, and not some Inwa overdosing on Fent for the 50th time in one day. And it's just completely has taken out the severity of the phrase out of the wind from it.
In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times.
I didn't hear that within the police body cam video, I'll be completely honest. But there was a lot going on and the quality was shaky in various places. And also the shitskins behind yapping. Trying to cover up what they've done. But I'm not saying it didn't happen, right? But anyways.
The response from one officer was, "I don't think you have, mate."
Yeah.
The police have said they were misled by the murderer and that the scene when they arrived was complex. Unfortunately, it seems to us the truth is much simpler.
Yeah, it was not that complex, right? Like, I'm sure he's seen the video multiple times, so he probably picked up on a lot of things. He probably saw it unedited too, without the pixels, which makes it even worse for him to actually literally watch his son die like that. There. Um, but yeah, it wasn't that complex. It literally was he's just lying there dying, and the police are just apathetic at best to what's happening here. He can hear him gargling his own blood as he tells him. I did hear him say, like, I can't breathe, right? I did hear him say he's been stabbed, but the amount of times I did not hear. I've only heard each one once. But that was, the audio was not that great from the first video. It was better in the second video. Still. Oh, yeah, and Shad also points out too, there'd be more than one video than one we saw, yeah. Right, because there's 4 coppers there. Within the video that we watched, and that was one cop's camera. So if the 3 other cops had their cameras on too, technically they should have their own footage from different angles, which will allow you to see, different angles and hear different phrases a lot better because they're closer or further away from whoever was speaking for the right time. And I'm sure the family has probably watched all of them. So that makes a lot more sense.
Police were told by our son himself and by a member of the public who called 999 that they heard someone shout that they had been stabbed. But the police did not believe them. Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard. Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him. Let me be absolutely clear. We hold Vikram Digwa solely and 100% responsible for the brutal murder of our son. But Henry should not have died on the streets of Southampton in police custody. The way he was treated was inhumane and degrading. His murderer, however, was afforded decency. He was believed. He was not handcuffed when arrested. He was not handcuffed when transported to the police station.
That's because he's brown. It's really that simple. It's simply because he's brown. He was able to cry about racism, claimed that he was assaulted, had a little bit of a bruise, even though that didn't actually happen, and was able to get away scot-free. And the police didn't care because all they care about is hate crime stuff. I want to point out too, because I see somebody in chat talking about how it's very robotic, and I agree that the father doesn't sound very emotional at the moment, and he is reading off from a speech. So that makes a little bit more sense, right? There's going to be a little bit of robotic stuff when you read a speech, but he's not getting emotional from doing so. But notice how Henry's mother and his sister are definitely very upset. His sister is, you can see her physically trying to hold back tears this entire time. The mother has been kind of silently crying too. And she gets a little bit composed, and then she gets a bit, you can see her getting angry, then she starts kind of tearing up once again. So I think it's mostly a male versus female situation, because the woman, even because it's been quite a few months. Henry died in early December 3rd, 2025. It's only recently the story's actually come out. So it wasn't it's not like it happened a few weeks ago. Right. So it has been a half a year since he's died. Obviously, they're still mourning him, but somebody dying 6 months ago, or 7 months ago, really, versus, a couple weeks ago, will have different effects on people. And so the father is doing a good job keeping composed while reading this speech, and the women are getting emotional. What do you expect? It's men versus women, plus the time difference, plus the speech and everything. I'm sure he's probably quite broken up and sad about it, because it is his son, but he's also the man. Oops, I didn't mean to unpause it there, but I guess it's good enough.
As far as we understand, he was never handcuffed at all. And as Vikram Digwa himself told the court, whilst under arrest for Henry's murder, police even took him to the kitchen so he could choose his food.
Jesus
The contrast is unbearable. We believe the officers involved remain on duty, although we understand some may have since resigned. One was allowed to leave the force before she had given an account to the Independent Office of Police Conduct of what happened that evening.
Women should not be cops. I mean, there's a million reasons why they shouldn't be cops. So that's another one. Just another people trying to avoid accountability. They go into the job just because they want the prestige of being the cop themselves. I know they won't do any actual real work, and they just can laser around and be pretty. Probably get passed around like a barracks bunny. See, seriously, at this point in time, I only see female cops as like local level barracks bunnies, like here. Especially after that one story from like I think it was last year, or was it the year before, of that one cop who was married. This happened in the United States, but she slept with like all her task force there, like at least 10 guys that she has slept within the police force that she was working with, and cheated on her husband in the process. Sometimes within the cop cars, and it was like an open secret that the guys could just kind of like fuck her whenever. Ever since that story, and just how the female cops are just act and how they're treated within the force, I just see basically like female cops as barracks bunnies. That's all they are. That's all they are. So here's another one who's left the police force before any consequences could possibly happen to her, because she knew she kind of fucked up there, and she was able to walk away with no consequences because she's got a vagina. Ugh.
The IOPC investigation remains ongoing. Whilst we await its final report, we are calling on the Home Secretary to ensure that the IOPC has the resources, authority and independence it needs to conduct a full, fearless and transparent investigation. Our families should not have to fight for the truth anymore. Despite the shocking actions of the police on that fatal night, the murder investigation was very different. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Senior Investigating Officer DCI Rebecca Bartholomew, the Serious Crime Team, and particular officer in the case Claire Proctor. We would also like to thank our incredible family liaison officers Sarah Page and Trudy May for their diligence, professionalism and compassion throughout this investigation. We would also like to thank the CPS, as well as Nick Lobenberg, KC and Neil King for their outstanding advocacy skills in prosecuting this case. In our darkest period of our lives, knowing that people were fighting tirelessly for Henry gave us strength. They secured justice for our son, and for that, our family will be forever grateful. For us, there is no closure.
At least it's a good sign to hear there are some good cops still within the system that are trying to find justice. I have very little faith in the system, and usually even if somebody comes in with good intentions, they get immediately stamped out. But it's good to hear there were a few people that are actually trying to bring peace to the family and actually look into what truly happened in this case. So that is white pilling to hear, despite how horrible the situation is.
There is no moment where the pain stops. There is no moment where the Henry-shaped hole in our family is filled. We will carry this grief every single day for the rest of our lives. But today matters. Today, Henry was believed. The truth has been recognized. Today, justice, in the eyes of the law, has been served. But justice alone is not enough. We want to use Henry's heartbreaking story to make change for the better. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for...
And here we go. The globalist script that comes at every single time a white person is murdered and or raped and by a brown. because it happens on a daily basis, and everybody knows what the problem is. Everybody knows the solution. But because it's bad to be racist here by actually addressing the problem, every single time the parents have to come out and say, well, we don't want to stoke division. We don't want any hatred in our streets. No, that'll be bad. We just want the knife crime solved. Same thing happened with Austin McCaff and Carmelo Anthony. Same thing happened with Irene Zarutska. Same thing keeps on fucking happening with every major case of a white person being stabbed, and then parents have to come out and make a speech about it. Doesn't matter if it's in the US or the UK or in Germany or wherever the fuck it is. It's a globalist, global homo propaganda speech. Because we are being replaced in real time. We are being invaded by these brown foreigners that get a free pass to do whatever the fuck they want to our people. And if you dare say anything about it, you're cried racist, even though we all know who the problem actually is.
For everyone. That is why we are calling on the government to treat knife crime as the national emergency that it is. We need real solutions. We need investment in prevention. We need stronger action on the sale, the ownership, and carrying of all knives.
And now, and now I'm getting for knife crime policies here. Not re-immigration, right? Not vote for restore Britain, not even reform. At least I don't like reform and Nigel Farage, but at least that's the milquetoast safe way to kind of, promote it, right? But no, we have to put more regulation. Well, there's already not enough regulation on knives, right? It was only a couple years ago they banned like Japanese swords. I forget what the term they actually used. But like there's a specific term that's kind of ridiculous at the UK for these basically anime styled, Japanese swords that they were trying to ban. Instead of actually addressing the problem at hand. And I know why it's the way that this is, right? They're being more than likely paid to do so. They're on, television doing this. Even if it is GB News, GB News is very safe, right? It's just the corporate safe version of conservatism. Even worse than Fox News here in the United States. I know why they're doing this, but this rhetoric doesn't help anything. It only makes things worse. And yet here we are.
And as this case so painfully demonstrates, we need common sense applied to our laws. This doesn't mean knee-jerk reactions. This doesn't mean going to extremes. It just means a common sense approach to law and order.
Yeah, the common sense approach to law and order is to not have a two-tier policing system where white people will get arrested for quote-unquote hate crimes by posting dank memes on Facebook, and then Browns get away with murder for literally crying racism. Actually, the Browns shouldn't even be there in the first place. That's how they actually handle the solution in the problem here, but no. And you're correct. Best face interpretation is he's placating the government and global homos to protect his family. More than likely, that's the case, right? Like even he is getting paid to say it, which is likely. It is more. He is more than likely saying this to protect his family because the government will come down onto him, right? Yeah, like this happens every single time. There is 100% a global cabal happening where if when a white person dies, it becomes international news. Elon Musk starts tweeting about it. They had to come in and say the right things. More than likely, they are being threatened by the government in some way, shape, or form. So if you don't say this, it's going to be race riots on the street because they're going to make it like your fault somehow. Probably a little bit of money as well, just to sweeten the deal. But they are 100% being forced into this position no matter what. You can kind of actually see it with Carmelo Anthony and Austin McCaff. For those who don't remember, last year, actually a little bit over a year ago, it was the anniversary in March. There was a white kid named Austin McCaff who got stabbed by a chocolatier for literally no reason, as per usual. They were at a track meet, and the chocolatier was underneath a tent that he did not belong into. It was only supposed to be for the track players there. and Austin McCaff asked him to leave. The chocolatier, Carmelo Anthony, refused to leave, and then stabbed him, or actually murdered him. And has basically been more or less to get away with it. He was able to get out on bond, had him significantly reduced, just had to wear ankle monitor, went to prom. He's now going to trial, which I do have an article about that we can cover maybe later tonight if we have time. But meanwhile, Austin McCaff is now dead. And Austin McCaff's father came out in the most gayest flamboyant way possible to talk about, oh, come together division, all this fun stuff. He actually kind of seemed like a true believer, because he's trying to contact the Carmelo Anthony's family and talk to them. There was a press release that happened for Carmelo Anthony's parents that he went to, then got kicked out because he's a white man. Like, he was really trying to, like, push the whole message of, more racism bad situation. Meanwhile, Austin's twin brother and his mom were they were very upset. The parents were divorced. And they came out publicly talking about how they were very angry and they're not forgiving. They didn't say anything racial, right? Because they're smart enough not to do so. But they weren't going to just forgive Carmelo Anthony and try to make peace and go, oh, come together, hold hands, kumbaya, like the father was doing. And that to me showed, especially with all the other different cases of whites being stabbed and the parents coming out and saying this kind of stuff, how much of an international effort there is there to kind of push this messaging, no matter what the case is. And needless to say, the mother and the twin brother has not seen the light of day on television again. Meanwhile, the father got all the attention.
As the case C for the prosecution summed up in court, this is not a case about Sikhism, this is not a case about racism, this is a case about murder.
Yeah, it's a case about murder because a Sikh was allowed into the country instead of staying in the shithole that he belongs to, and was able to murder your son because of that.
People should not be able to walk openly through the streets of Britain carrying a 21-centimetre blade. As a family, we will not let this go. No other family should experience.
It wasn't that long ago that people could actually use canes. That had little, like, swords within it. Those were really fucking cool. And Victorian England, just a little over 100 years ago, wasn't that long ago they could actually, carry guns as well. Was there a bunch of, knife crime or gun crime happening then? I think not.
Experience the heartbreak and horror of losing a child to knife crime. Finally, I want Henry to know, wherever he is, we are so proud of him and we love him beyond words. Thank you.
And you can see at the very end, like, the mother finally starts breaking down.
Finally, I want Henry to know, wherever he is, we are so proud of him and we love him beyond words. Thank you.
Honestly, kudos to the mother for kind of holding strong till the very end. Probably was a little bit easier because it was kind of going over the details of the case. But once it gets to the whole love and proud parts of it, where the emotion comes in because she realizes that she lost her son. Well, maybe I shouldn't say realizes, right? I'm sure it's been apparent the past 6 months. But the woman did their best to keep themselves in check. Even the father's voice started shaking there at the last line. So I think they should get a little bit of credit here, as they clearly are upset and miss him, and are doing their best to get through the speech. Even the people behind are upset. I'm not gonna go like they're paid actors or anything along those lines. But they are definitely, when it comes to the whole knife crime situation, not make it a race issue, that's where the government is holding an axe above their head, so they have to say the right thing. There. And that's how they turn their backs on their son? No, I'm losing a comment. Refusing to see the reality inclusion brought them, they will keep supporting the same system of politics that murdered his son in the first place, and they will murder more. See, I don't know, right? Like, if they will. I think they're just saying this because they have to say it. Because this case wasn't becoming, newsworthy until Twitter made it such a big deal. And now everybody knows about it. Elon's been tweeting about it. It's international news. that has occurred. So it's possible they're just saying this because, once again, the government's forcing them to. It's highly likely that that is the case, seeing this happens every single time a white person gets stabbed by a chocolatier and becomes international news. However, I am kind of worried because of this, because the government's keeping an eye on them, that if they're allowed to vote for Restore or not, that would be the big deal. Like, because Restore is the only party at hand that could possibly offer any sort of solution to the knife crime that's occurring here. And if the government won't allow them to vote for Restore, like has some sort of threat about it, I could see that happening. But that's my little bit of my conspiracy theory brain, the tin foil I like to wear in my head and crunch from time to time, comes into play. Because I'm sure the government is watching them very closely. Not saying that they're not obviously, it would be better, right? It'd be more morally worthy of them to actually stand up and say, no, fuck this shit. It is the shitskins, right? Like, it's not knife crime. We need to, deportations, we're immigration now, that situation. That would be better. But I can't actually blame them for trying to protect what's left of their family either. Knowing what I do know. Here. But thank you, Zalaxon Doppelganger, for the 1,000 warp tokens total. Sorry, I didn't know how to do math there. What's an extra zero? I don't know. I was trying to combine your twos together. UK police are the enemies of the people. They and their families should be targeted. Ooh, no. Disavow. Spam on the streets. No. God, no. What the fuck's wrong with you? I know you like the Fed post. Okay, I agree. The UK police are the enemies of the people, right? Anybody who's joined the police force in the past 10 years, and actually stayed within the police force too, are traitors are traitors. Because the purpose of the system is what it does, or what they're upholding that system. If they join the police force with good intentions, trying to do the best thing possible, and then they leave, that's a little bit more understandable. Or maybe they're trying to, change it from the inside. I can kind of see that too. But chances are 9 times out of 10, yes, they are enemies of the people. But obviously don't target their families. Spat upon the streets I'm okay with because it gives social shame. But the last bit there with it, okay, I'll read it out because of how revolting it is, personally. No offense, Lilaxgun. I appreciate the support in the channel, but children beaten by their peers is too fucking far. I'm sorry, I'm white here, right? I'm American. I do not believe that children should pay for the sins of their father. You should be wary of them to a certain degree because of the biological imperatives here, but the children do not deserve that to be targeted for their parents' choices. And then any parent that gives up this cuck speech deserves to lose. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, calm down. Deserves to lose the rest of their family and be tortured to death. Yeah, listen, I understand the hatred here, right? And don't get me wrong, with him having an older daughter like that, chances are something heinous is going to happen to her because of the policies in place. But, they're doing this to try to protect their family from the government, because you can guarantee the government is trying to hold something over their head here. Maybe they did just simply get paid off by money, right? Could be that simple. But for a lot of these cases, it's money and blackmail at the same time, right? They don't deserve that either. Yeah. Yeah, disavow, yeah. Disavow here. And then thank you, Pika Hidori. There we go, there's your super chat. Thank you for the 500 yen. Well, I appreciate it. I'm English and just tuned in. The currency says otherwise, but I'll trust you. Glad to get a crumb of justice, but did you see the judge only sentenced him because he hurt the public image of Sikhs? I did not see that, actually. But I did hear that he's probably going to get a slap on the wrist for it. But if somebody has an article talking about the fact that about him getting a lighter only getting sentenced because of hair damage of Sikhs. I would happily read that on stream. I think thank you, Philip, for the 2,000 warp tokens. Thank you. This is a fucking struggle session, man. Yes, basically that's what this is. Like they're because it's on international news. They have to make some sort of public speech to address it. They have to say the right things, or the government's gonna come down to them. They're obviously upset over losing their son. Although they're still mourning him. It's been only 6 months. It's not like it happened a few weeks ago, so it's not like they're already going through the process, right? It's gonna take time. 6 months is not enough time, but once again, their emotional state 6 months into the death versus a few weeks ago will be different. And you can already kind of see it reflected here. But they're still mourning the death of their son. And they still have to do this song and dance because it has gotten internationals. Because Elon Musk has tweeted about it. Because the UK government's getting so much heat. That they're doing this. It is 100% a public struggle session. This happens every single time. I know I'm kind of repeating myself here a bit. But this happens every single time a case like this occurs. Which is more common than you like here. I'm surprised he's getting sentenced at all. Wow, that's only because of the public backlash that's been happening the past 2 weeks. Other than that, he was getting away with it. Like the whole mob racism crime, he was getting away with it until it became such public controversy. Live posting prevents us from making progress with the normie white who we can convince. I mean, to be fair, I'm not trying to appeal to normies myself, right? Like, I'm basically preaching to the choir. I've heard some people have told me that I have actually changed their minds on certain things, that I've actually made people more radical, which makes me feel very weird because I'm a woman. And I'm not really here to change people's minds. But like, I'm not here to actually appeal to normies. So like, Fed posting to a degree is... I'm not gonna say it's allowed, right? Because there's obviously, you shouldn't be Fed posting. But it's not like we're trying to convince anybody here, like the normies, like I said. Like, there are other people out there that convince the normies, and that's not me. But there is obviously a limit when it comes to Fed posting, because, especially when you do it in a super chat, because like, if you pay me money to read your message, then I want to read your message. But I can't say if you're Fed posting too close to the sun, I can't read that for legal reasons, right? Like, I stream on YouTube as well, and the last thing I want is to be like clipped and like, Amalgamyte said this, and then the FBI is knocking on my door instead. Like, we gotta be a little bit aware of the position that I'm in when I read your super chats here. Like, I try to also read regular chat too, because I don't like that kind of idea that you have to pay me to pay attention. That's retarded, right? But at least if you're Fed posting in regular chat, I can just ignore you, and it makes it a little, and have the mods kind of handle it a bit more. But when you're giving me money, like, keep in mind my position, please. I know, poor streamer receives money just to read chat, but like, there's limitations. There's limitations here beyond just the whole appealing to normies. Here. The normie right will never wake up. They are worthless fodder at this point. Well, it seems... I don't know. Like, it depends on what kind of normie right you're talking about. Because a lot of them did wake up with COVID. And that's where you had this whole new wave of like, the big tent of the right that does exist. Because COVID was a huge wake-up call to them. And then, like, Black Lives Matter riots that occurred, the border being flooded, or the Boris wave in the UK, the tranny shit getting way out of control. There are various things like that has occurred within a brief time period. And then there's a second wave that happens too when Elon Musk bought Twitter in 2023. Because, for all of Elon's faults, we would not have the cultural zeitgeist that we have. And we would not be talking about the same things that we're talking about now without him buying Twitter, because it's the freest speech platform that you can possibly get for all its faults. And this is a great example of this. This story blew up on Twitter. It blowing up on Twitter is why it's now international news, because people became aware of it, and then big heads like the Lotus Eaters and other famous people have been talking about it to the point where it recently caught Elon Musk eye, and so now here we are, and that's why anything's being done to the shitskin who stabbed him in the first place. So, there's definitely that aspect that is happening. Though you can maybe argue now in the year of Lord 2026 that people that still haven't woken up to the dire straits that we're in is a little bit lost because of the different stages that have come through with internet censorship and just the global homo nonsense that has occurred over the years. If they haven't woken up at this point, then they are a lost cause. I can understand that sentiment, but I still have a little bit of hope for them, right? A little bit of hope. A little bit of hope. You hear stories about, like, the Iran War is a good example, right? Where the boomers initially had a bunch of support for it because, Israel's our greatest ally. I'm using my dad mostly an example here. Right, when it first got kicked off, my dad was like, Israel. My dad literally did make the Israel greatest ally argument for it. Unironically did. And now that it's been a few months and no end in sight, he's getting irritated and doesn't support it anymore because he just wants the gas prices to go down. And he wants to get the fuck out of the Middle East because no one actually likes being stuck in the Middle East. So, there is a little bit of hope for them, but it's not much anymore. They'll wake up when it's perceived that the tide is going the other way. That's mostly true for women in particular. If we're just talking about, like, the normie right in general, then yeah, they're more or less a lost cause to a certain degree. But for women, when it's perceived the tide's going the other way, that's mostly applies to women. Because women will always do the popular thing. Women go for the status quo. Because remember, they're very, humans in general are very tribalistic. But women in particular, because the status quo is designed to protect them. If you go against the status quo and if you're dangerous, right, you're putting them at risk. And so it's very rare for women to actually stand up and counter culture unless they can think they can get some, points from men in some way, shape, or form. So that's why there is actually already a wave of women turning right, because ever since Trump won in 2024, because it's now perceived that it's going the opposite direction here. And which is a good thing, by the way, because it's great for programming women. Like, seriously, it's very easy to groom women. You just gotta pick them up from the side of the road when they turn 18. Make sure to check that ID. Like, I'm only half joking. Women are very easy to persuade. You just have to cut them off from the internet and cut them off from their friend group and not make sure they don't go to college. Because they will do whatever they think is acceptable. And if they truly respect you and they like your MAGA cock, then they're going to follow you. They will never probably be as extreme as you, and you still have to, be careful of your fed posting around them, because you don't want to actually literally scare the hoes. But they are lemmings. They will go wherever the tide pleases. And if the tide is shifting right like it has been, then yes, you're going to be seeing a lot more women that case. Women can't be based for that exact fucking reason. If the tide shifts and turns left again, you're gonna see them support left-wing things. It's just how they work. Saying people can't change is a mooish demoralizing tactic. I mean, yes and no. Because there are a lot of people who cannot change. Right? You're not going to convince every single person, right? Not every single person's going to like you or support you or, trust you, whatever the case is. So yeah, there are going to be people out there that you cannot change for that reason. But you shouldn't also give up either. You keep on pushing right. Like I said, Twitter's the main reason why we're having the discourse these days. But in the UK, going back to the UK in particular, the only reason why Rupert Lowe is able to have restore Britain and be as, quote-unquote, far right as they are is because of people like Steve Laws and Zoomer Historian keep on pushing the Overton window. They have been taking a lot of heat over the past few years by talking about the tiny hats, by talking about re-immigration, by originally supporting Homeland Party before they shot themselves in the foot. They keep on pushing the culture in a rightward direction, and by making it more socially acceptable to do so. And then like, not the establishment exactly, right? Well, the people who are behind them can slowly start, you know, following and pushing that direction as well. As every single time they win a battle can be a little bit more socially acceptable, they can appeal to normies in that case too. It's a very slow war, but one has been very effective very quickly in the past few years, thanks to Twitter existing. I'm not gonna completely think, you know, Steve Lawson and Restoria themselves for doing all the work, but they are a good chunk of it. They are a good chunk of it, at least when it comes to the UK, for addressing the questions at hand here. Women naturally conform to whatever group they're in, duck, and breed with them. That's what they're best for. Abduct. Okay, I was like, what do you mean abduct? Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, abduct. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say there. Yeah, that's exactly the case. That's exactly the case. I made some actually Twitter posts about it today. Because somebody made a half joke about, you know, going after 18-year-olds, and then I kind of continued on with the joke, which then ruffled some feathers, so then I actually had to get a little bit serious about it too. Because it's like, unironically, just go after 18-year-olds. Like, make sure they're out of high school, right? But get them before college, check their ID to make sure they're legal. Okay. We're gonna go through those places, go through those steps here. Don't actually commit crimes, despite what the stream title says. You know, be straight and do legalities, right? And just brainwash 18-year-olds. So the peak fertility, they're super hot. They're easy to, you know, change their minds. You can use your MAGA cock to reset them. Go ahead, just take them. They're free, right off the high school parking lot from graduation. In fact, everybody's had their graduation parties at this point, right? Right? Get a note from their parents. They're 18. You don't need a note for their parents there anymore. They had a great graduation party. You don't need anything else from them. What if I'm 40 and make sure to don't make sugar daddy money? That's okay. If you're okay with the age gap and she's okay with the age gap, and you can pick her up off the street, what's stopping you? Catch me spawn camping the local high school graduation ceremonies. Remember to check their ID though, because some of them could still be 17, right? So you know you want to make sure on that. We gotta get them before they go to college, so you have one summer, right? For white boy summer. Go kidnap your local 18-year-old. Not if you're a teacher though, the government will arrest you. True! I did cover that in a stream before in the past. Where a high school teacher did an 18-year-old who was legally 18. No, wait, she wasn't like, she was technically like 17 in high school, so like they weren't actually dating yet. But they waited until after she graduated, and then she turned 18, and they started actually dating in the summertime. But because apparently there's a statute of limitations for graduations where they had like you had to wait 90 days from when they graduate to start dating them if you're a teacher, he got in legal trouble for it, even though it was all consenting and stuff. And then one of the girlfriends reported it. This is why you can't trust women. Like, you should just remember, when you're kidnapping your local 18-year-old off the street, chat, remember to part of the whole kidnapping process is to separate her from her friends, because they will sabotage your love and your relationship. This applies to the 21-year-olds as well, and the 25-year-olds, and any woman you kidnap off the street. Really, you should make sure you make sure that you separate them from their friends. Yeah. In my high school, the principal invited the cheerleaders to his home for a pool party and had a camera hidden behind the mirror to record them changing. Oh. See, that's a bit much. That's a bit much, especially since in high school, right? The cheerleaders. So, like, one, why is the principal inviting the cheerleaders to a pool party? And two, like, well, how old were they? And three, even regardless of how old they are, that's still illegal, even if they're 18 to do so. So that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Will they believe me when I say an amalgamation told me to? Probably not. Remember, this is not legal advice. Introduce them to Amalgamyte before they go to college? They're not gonna like me. No woman actually likes my politics. I hope I hope you guys are well aware of this. So there's no other female out there that actually supports and likes my politics. Now we can go into the reasons why that is the case, but they don't like me for my politics. I can guarantee you that. That's also not gonna make any white babies? What do you mean? Like, I thought it was like, obviously don't mix with an 18-year-old brown girl. I don't care if the Latina booty is attractive to you. Remember, they turn into a torta at 25. Okay? Like, they have a even shorter shelf life than the whites do, no matter how hot they are. Also, don't race mix. Like, remember, okay, remember, when you're kidnapping your local 18-year-old girl, or one, make sure you check her ID that she's 18. And two, make sure she's white, okay? Like, I feel like that should be easy and obvious there, but, you know. My high school was staffed by a bunch of hippies and then let the queers have free reign on the campus. Oh, lovely. Of course they did. I mean, it is Pride Month after all. Remember the stand the gays. But anyways, here, we had a little bit of fun about, you know, kidnapping girls here. Remember, this is not legal advice. But let's get back into more depressing news, while we're onto the UK today, and then we'll go back to more fun news in the UK. Today, Rupert Lowe actually read the testimonies of the grooming gangs. In Parliament action, more and more, so to be even direct here. Some of them we've already kind of covered on the stream before, so there might be some, like, if you've been here, like, on Friday, there might be some stories that you've heard already. But, you know, I figured I have to, like, here's the rest of the stories that he did in Parliament. Now, will Parliament do anything about this? Probably not. Probably not. But the fact that he's actually pushing for this, actually reading them out to make these fucking hags uncomfortable, is a good thing. Because once again, we would not be in the position that we're in without Twitter, without Steve Laws and Zoomer Historian, without the constant pushback on the situation on the ground within just the Western world in general. And now we actually have a real politician who does seem genuine and has very little faults, actually trying to make that change. So that in itself is a white pill, despite how disgusting the stories and the testimonies will be. Just grab a stiff drink before we start.
Firstly, I would like to thank the 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible. And I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about them. As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics. I want the world to hear what we heard during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings, an inquiry that should never have needed to happen. I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors and to act, to finally act. So the first testimony: he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me. He then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13. Another testimony: I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another:
Notice how pretty much everybody is sitting there. I was gonna say listening, but they're not listening. They're completely dissociating. They have zoned out completely from his speech, and we're only a minute and 36 seconds in. Now, part of that could be, and no offense to Rupert here, he's kind of dry while reading these testimonies. I'm usually against emotional manipulation, but there's you can read these out a little bit better to actually evoke emotion, which is what he needs to do when reading this to Parliament to make them as uncomfortable as possible. But instead of just zoning out, like this guy's like kind like looking up at him and actually like seeming like he's paying attention. Well, this woman's just kind of looking over in the corner and scolding. This guy is just like, whatever, I hate being here. Um, there was, this woman just like picking at something on her wrist. They're all kind of like looking down, just like, whatever, who cares? This doesn't actually happen to me. There's the brown guy here that probably facilitates this in some way, shape, or form. Like, they're just completely out of the picture.
If I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me.
Yes. Like, it's a very simplistic explanation of what's the case, but it's literally within their religion. Anyone who's a non-Muslim is an infidel. And so therefore they can do whatever to the woman there because they're not human. Infidels are not Muslim, and so therefore they're just cattle, and they can just do whatever they please. The women support the rape of these English girls. The Muslim women support this because, once again, they don't see them as human. They see them as playthings, so for the men to enjoy. And it is, they're men. Because it's one of the few well, actually, most of the third world is actually like this, regardless, right? But they can actually go and find multiple men within the community to do these heinous acts to these English girls. Sticking the, glass bottles with their vaginas, having dogs fuck them, just multiple men raping at the same time. Where a lot of these gangbangs are like 10 men at once, right? And it's sons, fathers, uncles, friends. Like, imagine you, a white guy, going up to your dad, your uncle, your brother, and being like, hey, you all want to go rape this girl over here tonight? I just kidnapped her off the street because an amalgamation told me to kidnap an 18-year-old. You want to go rape her for some fun? Like, I can almost guarantee you they will look at you in disgust and horror by just even daring to offer that, even as a joke. Like, I can't really do it because I don't have a penis today. But if I did that to my dad, be like, hey, would you go rape a girl with your brothers? He would look at me in horror. Like, it's incomprehensible within the white mind to be able to do something like this. But for them, this is another day to end and why. This is normal to them. Because they do not see these English girls as anything but property, but cattle, as playthings. Because they're not human to them.
Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying, fucking liars, lying white bitches. She said to me that God will be the witness for what happens to me. Another. Race did play a part and motivated the selection or demographic of the victims. Throughout my exploitation, the other girls I encountered, or who were abused alongside me, were almost exclusively white. Another. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew. And he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. Another. Over the course of the abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers in different parts of the country. Another.
Goes back to what I said earlier, talking about the Henry Nowak case. Is that a lot of the UK police is involved within the grooming gangs themselves. They benefit from this. Now, a lot of them are also brown as well, because they've been here for far too long. They need to be deported at the bare minimum. But that's part of the whole police actually facilitating the gangs, because they're participating in them themselves.
He put a cigarette out on the baby's face. Another, it started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another, they would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Another.
So, not to kind of get a little bit off topic here, but there's always been a case, even before the rape gangs were a thing, right? Even before the Brown Horse Camp came in, there's always been problems with children's homes, adoption centers, using it as a sting for child exploitation and abuse. That's why I've never actually liked, and not to piss off some people here, right? But I've never liked the excuse of adoption, because a lot of these adoption centers have had these children go through some heinous crimes, either by the adoption center themselves or by the temporary family homes that they put them in. Just non-stop horror stories. And you can try to be the white savior and try to take care of the kid and give it a normal life. But at a certain age, they are basically a lost cause of the trauma they're going through. And in this case, it's the same thing, except the Browns have taken a hold of it. And, well, they're arguably even worse.
I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth. They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old.
And keep in mind, too, this is not happening to like 20-year-old college girls or anything like that. These are happening to girls that are 15 years old and younger. Most of these girls are around 12 years old. Sometimes 10, sometimes 13, 14, but usually the common age seems to be around 12. So just as they're starting puberty, basically, if not a little bit before, a little bit after, depending on when they do so, because girls can start puberty between the ages of 10 and 14, depending on how fat they are in various other situations, too. And so, but we're talking about very young girls that are just starting puberty, because that's when the Muslims like to get them, because now they're fertile, they can do whatever they want to it. And you thought me saying picking up your local 18-year-old was bad.
Things would escalate around Eid and holidays. Parties got bigger, got worse, got more violent. More people involved, more girls involved. The parties were just bigger. Another. The main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. It was just used as a way to break me down. They said, "Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you?" Another. It was all of the one.
And Muslims say it's Christians here. Like, there's this weird coalition on the right trying to, like, get with the Muslims to say fuck you to the Jews. And then there's another coalition getting with the Jews to say fuck you to the Muslims. And when in reality, both Jews and Muslims hate Christians. Because it's a different faith. Like, they're both Abrahamic faiths. All three of them are. But they have evolved completely differently. And they both see Christianity as a sin, once again, going back to them being infidels again, and will happily use it as a way to target and then abuse these girls. Just like this story as well. It's it's incomprehensible to the Western mind to do something like this.
White girls in every home that I went to. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages. Another. Dogs were brought.
Like, that sounds like I have a hard time even imagining like this young girls in dog cages in a van like that. It's just it sounds something like from a horror film, but it happens in real life in Britain as we speak. Some people are saying that the grooming gangs did exist or were basically referring them in past tense, when in reality they're happening right now. Like, it is, what, 4 a.m.? No, 3 a.m. in the UK right now, so somewhere around that time. So I don't think there's probably a lot of Brits watching me because it is a Monday night. But like right now, chances are there is a white girl in like Birmingham or London or rather Rotherham, whatever the case, wherever it is. There is a white British girl being kidnapped and taken away and raped at those moments. At the very best, she's in one of those dog cages sleeping right now because of how they treat these girls. It's almost so hard to believe, but it's actually legitimately happening. We cannot forget that as we're hearing these stories.
Brought in, and I couldn't move at all. I had nowhere to move. I think that was the scariest thing, was not having any concept of it. There were men around me, not horrified, not disgusted, not helping, but filming and laughing, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped.
Once again, the only one that's paying attention and has any emotional reactions is this guy in the back. Everybody else is completely zoned out, not caring. Just whatever. Just a whole different reality, whole different area. Who cares? Whatever. It's not them and it's not their children.
Raped by a dog. The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did.
And the dog thing's important too, because Muslims hate dogs. They find dogs filthy. Caring about animals is a very Western concept in itself as well. Because we apply our empathy and our emotions to creatures that cannot actually speak with us, or interact with us the same way like humans can. But Muslims hate dogs. Once again, goes back to their religion here and finds them filthy. And so you actually have heard cases in the UK of Muslims killing dogs in the park just because they hate them. But they're more than happy to use them to rape girls because to them that's the ultimate a sign of humiliation there. The dogs themselves are filthy and disgusting, but the white girls are also filthy and disgusting for being white infidels. And so having the dog basically rape the girl is just the ultimate act of just complete desecration to the girl 100%. Once again, sounds completely unreal, right? Not even grounded in reality one bit, and yet here we are, happening in the UK. And I can all guarantee you this happens in the United States too. Nobody, like, I don't like when my fellow Americans don't talk about this kind of stuff. We literally have a town called Dearborn in Michigan, who is just like 90% Muslim. And that's just in Michigan of all places, right? Like Michigan, you think of mostly like the pretty lakes and the whites living up in north, and the Detroit with the blacks. But in Michigan, there's a whole ass town just full of them, where there have been cases of whites being actively discriminated against because of how they've taken completely over. And I can almost guarantee it happens there too, or in major cities like New York City or California. You know, wherever there's gonna be a congregation of them. The mosque being built in Texas, right? They do the exact same thing. It's just the difference is the UK has mostly had Muslim immigration more in particular, versus the US has had immigration from the third world as a whole. And so it's much easier to talk about it within the UK context of how proliferate they are there. But I can guarantee this happens in the United States too.
Another. I just want it to stop and not happen to any other children, and for people to actually act, to do something and stop being so scared. I could continue for hours and hours. All of us in this building have a responsibility to finally act. Not to talk, but to act. Our Rape Gang Inquiry report will be released in the coming days. It will change Britain for good. Thank you.
Those are just some of the stories.
Inside of
Some of the stories from the inquiries here. Some of them have been a little bit repeated here on the internet because it is from the inquiry, and more will be coming out in the next few days, which is a good sign. But there's so many of them. It's been going on since at least the 70s, by the way. Then there's a huge spike after Tony Blair started allowing more in after 1996. And obviously the Boris wave, after 2020, 2021, it's just gotten worse and worse as the decades have gone on, and nothing's happened. Because everyone's facilitating it at best, are not actively participating in it at worst, like the police taking part of it. The only way to handle this is the Fed post, really. Because remember, remigration is the moderate solution. And now we finally have an actual politician who is trying his best to handle this as best he can within the legal means. And with Restore Britain, and that's a good thing. Like, it's 100% a good thing. So that's what pissed me off about the video that I watched the other day by the one guy being like, oh, Restore Britain is zogged. It's Joe over. It's, you know, whatever. We're fucked. Like, come on. Come on. He's the only politician to actually do this, you dumb dimwit. Like, it's just, ugh. There. But, anyways, I put the link to the video in chat there. Give it a like, watch it for yourself, add a comment to boost this so more people can actually see this video themselves, because more people need to hear these stories. Once again, I think Rupert could have evoked a little bit more emotion to add to how heinous it is, especially since so many people were zoning out, just not giving a flying fuck. She's writing something there down, but like I imagine her doodling, especially with how bored her face is. But hopefully something can actually be done about this. What are those soup? What are those? Like, everyone's like, the guys are dressed in suits. The women are dressed, you know, business casual here. And then she's got these, like, sparkle shoes on her. Like, oh my god, get women out of politics. Holy shit. It's literally been happening since people came here, yes. We lost World War II. Congratulations. This is our reward for it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go pee real quick. And then we'll continue on with slightly more light-hearted news from the UK. Because tonight is UK-centric. UK-centric tonight. Like, Hassan Piker being banned from the UK. See, that's good news. That's good news. But we'll get to that in just a second. I'm gonna go pee. Hiya chat, I'm back. Hope you didn't miss me too much here. Going back to the more lighthearted news on the UK-centric side of things. Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur have been banned from the UK. So, well, let's do Cenk Uygur first. For those who don't know, he is the host of the Young Turks, which is used to be a pretty big like left-leaning show from like early 2010s internet here. And then they were kind of like the left-wing edgy type of stuff. But then when all the like the SJW nonsense started pouring in, they went like very heavy, more left-wing. Until Anna Kasparian almost got raped a few years ago. Then things changed. Fire Nation attacked. I probably shouldn't laugh too much, but like, it's funny when people get their comeuppance a little bit. In Anna Kasparian's case, she was out walking her dog, and her dog took a dump. And she bent over to pick up the dog poop, because she's at least a decent human being in that degree. And then a homeless man came up and groped her from behind. And that has started her right-wing arc, as she realizes the consequences of her policies eventually does actually affect her. And it's been hilarious watching her change, become more radical right. It's funny. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Cenk, on the other hand, has been a little bit more slow, and you can actually kind of see from certain clips of him being like, hold on, wait a second, Anna. Wait a second, Anna, you're gonna go a little bit too far here. But, he wasn't the one being groped by the homeless man. So, but now he's been banned from the UK. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight to London to attend SXSW in London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of the Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. And there is an article from the Times discussing this. I'd rather not have them verifying whether or not I'm a bot or not. Clearly I am AI. I thought that was pretty obvious. Let's see here. I may not read this article, because I was gonna focus more on Hassan, more than Cenk. But it is important to remember that Cenk is his uncle. So they kind of go hand in hand here. In fact, Cenk is the reason why Hassan's been able to take off, because they're both very rich Turkish elites. And with the support of his uncle, that's why Hassan's been able to kind of get to where he is. Plus, Hassan likes to suck Dan Clancy's dick, so there's that too. But well, actually, you know what? Let's read a little bit of this. Left-wing broadcasters Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker banned from the UK. Shabana Mahmood has banned 2 left-wing broadcasters from the UK due to fears they'll fuel anti-Semitism. The Home Secretary has blocked Cenk Uygur, a Turkish-American political activist and broadcaster, from appearing at a conference in East London on Wednesday and at an event on Oxford on Friday. Cenk is the founder and host of The Young Turks, a left-wing populist YouTube channel. He also briefly campaigned to be a Democrat nominee in 2024 U.S. presidential election. What he did? I don't remember that. Was it a joke or was he serious? I was paying attention very closely to the U.S. presidential election in 2024. I do not remember Cenk doing that. I know I have a shit memory, but like, come on. I guess maybe I was just really focused on Biden losing his fucking mind in a presidential debate and then gets shipped off to the retirement home after that debacle. And then, oh my god, the JD Vance meme with Tim Walz is hilarious too. But anyway. Uyghur's nephew, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker! I'm coming to kill you! In the ring? No, in real life! Sorry. Every single time I see Hassan Piker's name, I just had to do that at least once. At least once. Okay, I have no impulse control. He's also been banned. Piker, 34, has said he would vote for Hamas over Israel, described Orthodox Jews as inbreds, and claimed that America deserved 9/11. He has been booked to speak at SXSW London conference, where Uygur was also due to appear on Thursday. Oh wait, hold on, wait a second. I remember his infamous America deserved 9/11 quote, because he hates America, and he should be deported at the bare minimum. But I like how he hates Israel too, even though the Muslims did 9/11 here. Like, he hates Israel and America because he sees them as a white, right? That, like, it's important to keep in mind, because there's a part of the online right that wants to, like, hold hands with the left because they also hate Israel, but they fail to recognize that the left and the right hate Israel for two very different reasons. The right hates Israel because Israel pushes a lot of anti-white policies that actively weaken the Western world. They're the ones pushing for the immigration. They're the one pushing the global homo nonsense. They're the one pushing DEI and woke stuff. They're the one pushing for these endless wars in the Middle East. Like, they're the ones that control the World Economic Forum and the politicians, right? That's why the right hates Israel. The left hates Israel because they see it's an extension of America, who they see America as the evil ultimate, boogeyman here, and sees Israel as its lapdog and continuation of white privilege, of basically of the patriarchy. And Israel attacking Palestine is hurting poor Browns that need to be protected. And that's where Hassan Piker stands. That's why he hates Israel. Because he sees it as an extension of America, even though it's more of America's extension of Israel these days. Yeah. The Home Office has confirmed that both men had their ETA cancelled on the ground, that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. You think? You think? Decisions to refuse or cancel an ETA on these grounds are based on assessment of the potential risk an individual may pose to the UK society. The Home Office said individuals could choose to apply for a visa where a fuller assessment about their circumstances would be taken into account. An ETA allows foreign nationals visa-free travel to the UK for up to 6 months. Now, honestly, I don't think they'd be conducive for the public good, more specifically Hassan Piker. Like, Chank's not great either, but Hassan has a whole 20-minute compilation of him calling for violence, explicit calls to violence. Not just, man, I want to punch him in the face. There's a little bit of that too. But like, whole bathing in the rivers of blood types of calls of violence for Hassan. And when he goes to protests, because he has done live streams going to protests, there. He actually did some earlier this past weekend for the protests at the ICE facilities. In New Jersey, I believe. Like, he is whipping them up. He's getting them more angry with his rhetoric. Like, he is an agitator. He is a foreign agent trying to sow division within the United States, and he would do the exact same thing in the UK. He should be banned. Chank? I haven't really been keeping up with him more recently. I've been more paying attention to Anna between the two of them because she's funnier. But I haven't heard him going that far with it. Like, he's still a subversive foreign agent that should be deported from America, and frankly, I'm okay with him being banned from the UK too. But he is, as far as I'm aware, nowhere near as bad as Hassan is. In fact, I do know for that Shank has been uncomfortable with what Hassan's rhetoric before in the past, but has to defend him slightly because, once again, it's his nephew. But they're not. He's not exactly happy about it. There. Also, I haven't really been covering it in my stream, but Hassan's been investigated by the FBI as well the past couple weeks. So, needless to say, he's caused nothing but trouble. And so, I can't exactly blame the UK for banning him. Like, there are some people on the right that are like, oh, he shouldn't be banned from the UK. No, he should be banned from the UK. He is a subversive foreign brown agent who is trying to sow division, and he's whipping people up into a frenzy, and he's a communist. The UK has the right to ban him. In fact, he should be deported from the US as well. Like, it's a good thing to ban Hassan and Shank from the UK. And not to mention, if the UK is going to ban Lauren Southern, and like other people from the UK, well, it's about time they do it from the left-wing angle too. Now, the right can maybe be upset about the fact that they're banning him because of Israel talking, and I would agree. Like, I don't like how the governments are using anti-Semitism as the shield to ban these left-wingers. I know Trump's doing the same thing in the United States. More specifically under Pam Bondi when she was the Attorney General. Not Attorney General. No, wasn't she Attorney General? No, my memory's failing me here. I know she fucking left, and then she got thyroid cancer, and now she's coming back. But regardless, I know they're trying to use anti-Semitism to go after the left and colleges for the whole Free Palestine supporting, which I don't like that that's what the angle they're going for, because it's just a matter of time before it gets applied to the right. And so there's an argument there. But the actual banning itself is a good thing. He should be banned from polite society, agree. Like, he should be sent back to Turkey with his uncle. There should be no such thing as a hyphenated American. They should just go. Get out of here. That simple. Lord Hochin of High 11, the mayor of Tees Valley, said the Home Office has barred people for less, and I urge ministers to act. True, they have barred people for less. Decision to block Uyghur from traveling to the UK is understood to have been based on civil grounds, believing he fears his presence would risk exacerbating anti-Semitism to his rhetoric since October 7th attacks in 2023. This has been included repeating classic anti-Semit tropes, such as the claim that Israel controls America. I mean, they do. He falsely claimed on his podcast in July last year the Israeli lobby gave more to Congress than any other. Not true, thanks to AIPAC. Like, I know it's called, America-Israel PAC right there, but it's still Israel that's controlling the funds. So it really is Israel lobby giving the Congress more than any other. They're on everyone's payroll for the most part. Very few politicians are not getting paid by AIPAC. So, well, he's not wrong, right? But at the same time, this is the exact same process as what makes the right think they can hold hands with the left against anti-Israel. I can understand the sentiment when they say things like this, but keep in mind where they come from with the stance here. He has repeatedly framed Israel's action as genocide, barbaric, and savage, and accused Israel of using Jews as human shields. Well, they do use them as human shields, and I guess you can maybe make the argument that Israel's actions are barbaric and savage. Frankly, I don't really care. See, this is where the left and the right differs as well when it comes to Israel, right? I don't give a flying fuck what Israel does in the sandbox, okay? Like, they can commit genocide as much as they want with the Palestinians. I literally do not fucking care, right? Because I don't give a shit about Israel. I don't give a shit about the Palestinians. I don't give a shit about the Middle East in general. The only reason why I care about the Middle East is because the Middle East is affecting America. If we didn't have any, I would rather be more of an isolationist and not have anything to do with the Middle East. So they can go have fun in the sandbox and drop as many bombs as they want on each other. I don't care. It's the Middle East. They've always been barbaric and savage, no matter what time period you go and look into them. I just don't want us being involved with it, but we are involved with it, so now it is our problem. So, but the left comes from the genocide angle. I don't care about genocide. Whatever. They can have their fun. Less Browns, the better, right? They can knock themselves out for all I care. I just don't want to be involved with it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were illegal underground websites like pirate TV and radio stations from rebels before. What context are you talking about with this in particular? Not Tor, as it's controlled by parts of the deep state, is a honeypot if you think it works long term. Did I miss some debate in chat about something? Because I don't understand the context of your comments to the issue at hand here. I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I just don't understand how it applies to this situation. My apologies. I don't like it because, as Dingla said, it's an overreach by government. Also makes it so the left creates separate communication / organization channels. But they already do that. It's an overreach by the government. Okay, not to skip ahead a little bit here. And not to bring the cat boy up, but he's got a point here. I don't remember Hassan Piker or Shank Uyghur protesting when Jerry Taylor, Lawrence Southern, and Richard Spencer were denied entry into the UK. They're not martyrs, they literally created a precedent for all of us. Yeah, you can have your complaints about Lauren Southern being a whore, right? And she did fuck Destiny. You can have your complaints about Richard Spencer, who's basically a Ukrainian communist these days and more or less a Fed. I don't really know much complaints about Jerry Taylor in particular. But the UK have been banning people on the right, and I'm going to use the right a little bit liberally here, especially with Richard Spencer mentioned. But we're talking about when Richard Spencer was actually, famous, right? Punch Nazis from the 2016 days. The UK has been doing this for ages to the right, and so now they're doing it to the left. So I'm cheering for the fact that these leftists are now getting a taste of their own medicine Do I like the fact that they're using anti-Semitism as an excuse? No, because I'm an anti-Semite for different reasons. But it doesn't change the fact that when, these people were being banned from the UK, they cheered it on. And now they're the ones being banned. And now they're crying and begging and pleading to be let in. Like, there's like, I don't care. I don't care. So, and as for the whole, comment about the leftist organization channels, they already do that. I haven't really covered any of the ICE protests that have been happening in New Jersey over the weekend. I've been meaning to, just hasn't got around to it, because, yeah. But they've, was it Nick Swartor? No, it was Cam Higbee infiltrated a lot of these groups, and they already have their own organization channels. And I have that doesn't surprise me one bit, because when the Minnesota riots were happening earlier this year against anti-ICE, I did cover that quite extensively. And there were group chats within WhatsApp, multiple group chats, where if you did the math, there were about 7,000 to 10,000 people within the different group chats, that existed within them. 7,000 to 10,000 people in these leftist group chats in Minneapolis. Now, they might not have all been Minnesotans. It could have been people imported from out of state, because there was a lot of them too. But 7,000 to 10,000 people at a time within these group chats organizing how to bar ICE for weeks. For weeks. Getting access to food and water, bricks, organizing with the different posts online, how to tail ICE officers, etc., etc. And now they're just applying the same standard within New Jersey as well, with the ICE facilities there. They already have these sources, thanks to Soros Foundation, Act Blue, and various other leftist groups. And I can guarantee Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur have connections with them too. But so there's no point crying about that. What actually needs to be done is the government needs to actually lock down and solve that problem. And the UK more or less is doing that by barring these people into their country. It's a good thing they're banned. It's, and not to mention, I'm pro-immigration. I hate immigration in general. A sovereign nation has the right to bar whoever they want from entering the country. That is within the nation's ability. Now, we can disagree on as to why they should be able to do so. But if the UK wants to bar Cenk Uygur and Halcyon Piker because they find them divisive, that's a good thing. Especially if they're going to ban Lauren Southern, Richard Spencer, and Jared Taylor, too. Now, I disagree with them over Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur, but it's technically within the sovereign nation's rules. In fact, it's a huge problem within the West today that we don't bar people into our country. That's the whole reason why we had the immigration crisis that we do within it. The difference is that we allow all these fucking we allow all these browns in, free, illegally, coming on small boats in the UK or hopping over the border in the United States. But we actually bar people who are legal citizens that actually do have visas kind of come in and make free speech events. That's where the problem actually lies. But technically it's within the sovereign nation's borders to bar people whoever they fucking want. I won't cry when you get beat up when you celebrate me getting beat up. Yes, exactly. So they would cheer. They would cheer if you would get banned from the UK for your right-leaning beliefs. So I'm gonna cheer for them being banned for their beliefs too. Granted, it's because it's anti-Israel, which is something we actually share, but you get my point here. They always cry when it's them, always silent when it's happening to others. Typical commies, yes. 100%. 100%. And speaking of dog whistles, opponents will accuse the right of them anyway, so might as well agree on some of them for such groups and prepare to rotate them as they get discovered. Keck? Yeah. I know for me in particular, right? The whole cry of racism, right, or sexism, or whatever the case is. And so very early on, I just was like, okay, yeah, I am racist, right? Just kind of ignore it, right? You just kind of accept it because they're gonna call you racist or sexist as it is. And then as time went on, I've legitimately become racist and sexist and transphobic or homophobic, whatever ist and ob you want to throw at me. I don't just do it because of irony. I legitimately am. But originally, it was because I understood that it was just a way to paint a target on your back, for other leftists to attack you for. So I just kind of went with it because statistics are racist, and then that statistics actually made me legitimately racist. So you might as well go the full mile, right? just think of it this way, right? If the woman's gonna falsely accuse you of rape, you know, because it is the year of Lord 2026, and your life is gonna get destroyed, and you're gonna lose everything for the false accuse of rape. Even if it does come out 10 years later that it was a false accusation, well, you might as well go the full mile there. I'm just saying. This is not legal device. If I remember correctly, he's also an anchor baby. Yes, his word's a Taurus baby because his mom and dad came on vacation. She'd be a U.S. citizen. Oh, really? I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. That's mostly the case for these Browns in general. Here. Don't want to make them a liar. Yes. Make an honest woman out of her. And not to mention, she'll probably actually like it too, which is the best part. But anyways. Unless she's brown, then don't do it if she's brown. It's not worth risking getting an STD. If your life is already going to get ruined anyways. No point also getting an STD in the process. He has repeatedly framed Israel's action as genocide. Well, I already read that. The decision to bar Uyghur from the UK is also based on exchanges with Piers Morgan on his YouTube channel, in which he dismissed evidence relating to grooming gangs in towns such as Rotherham, where official inquiries have identified the estimated 1,400 victims, and has said concerns about the issue were Islamophobic. Wait. So he dismissed the grooming gangs, and that's actually why he got banned from the UK? I know they're mostly focused on the Israel thing, but that's a good sign, actually. Because if the UK is using this excuse as to why they banned him for not acknowledging the grooming gangs, that means the tide has shifted within Parliament enough. I know Keir Starmer has talked about it a little bit, right? Because he's realized that he doesn't do anything. Reform, at the very least, reform is going to take his place and fast. But still, it's hard to believe the UK government will use this as one of the excuses that the band banned him, if I'm understanding this correctly here. Early in his career, Uyghur provoked anger from misogynistic slurs, which led him to apologize. His offensive remarks include women, poorly designed creatures who do not want to have sex as often as needed for the human race to get along peaceably and fruitfully. See, that was actually pretty based. The thing about the Young Turks that nobody really remembers is that they used to be edgy left-wingers, right? We're talking like early internets, you know, 90s Democrat type of stuff. They had a whole segment on their show called Camel Toe, where they, like, who's that Camel Toe? Where they would put celebrities' vaginas on screens. Not the actual vagina itself, but covered, showing camel toe. And Shank was supposed to guess whose camel toe was it. Like, they were quite edgy. Then all of a sudden, overnight, social justice warriors became the popular thing. That's what they did. So like they used to be like this. And they went further left and then basically got trolls remorse and, you know, begged forgiveness for all that stuff. And now they're kind of going back to that as the culture has changed a little bit with the anti-Israel thing and a Kasparian being roped, but not fully there. But I have to say, he ain't wrong. Poorly designed creatures who do not want to have sex and live as often as needed for the human race to get along peacefully and fruitfully. True, which is why rape is good. Rape more, long as she's white. Unless you're brown, then rape other... Actually, no, I don't want more browns in the world. White men just need to rape more. Was that when Hassan was a PUA, LMAO? Actually, kind of, yeah. Cause the thing about Hassan Piker too was his professor phase, where he was trying to give out dating advice, and he was not the most male feminist about it, you could say. Actually, I wonder if I could show some professor clips. Hold on, wait a second. Well, we'll watch it here in a second. I'll still finish the article, but I want to see if I can find Hassan Piker professor. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. You know, we'll watch it now, then we'll go back to the, then we'll go back to the article. This is beautiful. But look at this quality. Look at that gigantic head.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Bro Tip. This week's Bro Tip is about bringing out the alpha male in you. A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as the top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does absolutely terrify me. Here's why the 5-second rule works. Because when you start thinking for longer than 5 seconds, you're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our brains. So once you start thinking with your brain, you're immediately going to psych yourself out. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark? Legendary question of all time. Old enough to count?
Oh my god. I was not expecting that with Dr. Phil of all people. Holy shit.
Old enough to mount? Question mark? I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana. Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs.
See, going back to the camel toe thing.
VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look.
Can you imagine Hassan Piker saying this today? Like, going on a Twitch stream of him, and he's talking about, oh yeah, Hannah Montana was such a massive slut. No, the things I would do to her, man. You gotta think about the 5-second. We're gonna rule this 5-second rule here. You gotta think with your dick a little bit more.
This is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to
Lindsay Lohan syndrome. Once again. Talking about how women are whores without fatherless figures. Can you imagine Hassan Piker in the modern age doing that?
be a slut who's craving for attention.
Which is not a bad thing and fuels the stripping industry. So the little bit of the male, the little bit of the male feminist has to come in. But it's actually a good thing if you're trying to get laid, though.
And then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date. Out on the first date.
Oh fuck! I want to get that little bit at the end. Yeah. See, the thing is too, like, as cruel as a lot of advice is, and it's a lot of it's kind of a joke. Some of it's actually pretty based. I mean, it's applied to white girls. You know, you can pick up chicks. But this is old Hassan Piker. It's beautiful. Yes, Hassan Piker had a blog where he called himself the Professor. Oh, and by the way, if you bring this up in his Twitch chat, he does instantly ban you. So, those brothel allegations, yeah, they're not exactly brothel allegations. Excuse me. Like, I don't think he's actually changed a lot of his viewpoints, like, internally. I'm not gonna say that go as far as the left is part is a grift. Because I do think a lot of it is a genuine. But, like, okay, let me rephrase that, right? Modern Hassan is a grifter, but a genuine grifter. In the sense that he is a champagne socialist, so he doesn't actually fully believe everything he actually says, because he doesn't like the whole eat the rich. Well, he doesn't actually want to be eaten because he's filthy rich himself, right? He's saying what he says just to get more money and status, and he knows he's protected and knows nothing will be done to him at this point in time. But he does seem to genuinely want the other rich, right? The people above him to be in, like the Jeff Bezos, the Elon Musk, right? Like, it's kind of like Bernie Sanders. When Bernie Sanders first started out, like 2016, and got really popular with the left, he was talking about going after the millionaires. So yeah, the millionaires, the millionaires, the millionaires. But then after how successful he was, then he became a millionaire himself. So then rhetoric changed from millionaires to billionaires, the billionaires to billionaires to millionaires. Same thing kind of thing with Hassan Piker, is that he doesn't consider himself rich, right? Like I mean he does because he benefits off the system, but he wants the left to go after people higher than him and not be affected himself. That's why he's kind of genuine in that. And he is a male feminist still, or in the sense like this exactly, which is not a bad thing if he was a stripping industry, right? Like, he's making fun of a fatherless women, the Lindsay Lohan syndrome, as he called it here. But he won't actually address this problem today as a modern Hassan, but he'll still take advantage of it like he did back then, like with those brothels, because he is a male feminist. Like, still, like, this is kind of like a little bit of a male feminist type as well. Like, it's okay they're being sluts because I gain out of it being the professor. Well, nowadays he's still a male feminist, but he's doing it as a way to make sure women are in a worse position so he can still have sex with them. If he has any, sex drive at all left, seeing he does HRT. So, like, he is a genuine grifter, but not, it's kind of this weird position here. I'm gonna go to his Twitch chat and tell him to bring back the Professor LMAO. You'll get nuked in seconds, I can guarantee you. Finally, a woman-hating rant. I'm so desperate at this point, I don't even care if it's from Bro Hassan. I can give you woman-hating rants anytime. Anytime here. He grew up broke, so broke he could only afford a horse and no stable. Oh no, poor Hassan. Poor Hassan for not having a stable for his, horse and his horseback riding to being a chubby little kid here. Oh, I feel so bad. Grifters are so obvious, I don't know why people have trouble identifying it. It's all money, man. Yeah, it's pretty performative, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out how the phrase is a little bit better. Because grifter is a term that's overused in the modern age. But, so you need to apply it carefully. Because there's definitely grifters out there. And in my opinion, it's pretty obvious when you see it. But you have to be careful when you actually do address it. Because it's so overused that a lot of people will see you crying wolf. So you just it's best just kind of sit back, relax, take a sip of your drink, and eat the popcorn. Because grifters usually reveal themselves a little avenged sooner rather than later. And regardless, the grift works because people eat it up. Hassan is successful. Very successful, despite the cultural changes, because of the connections he has, the body, the Dan Clancy connections. And there are genuine Redditors that do love and adore him, even if he hates them. It's clearly successful no matter how much of a grift it actually is. No matter how many crash outs he has over a shoe on head, or being investigated by the FBI, or now being banned from the UK. Like, no matter how obvious it is, he will always have the support, even if it's dwindling year by year, because he is successful and he has those connections. It works. Same as the Kimmel and Man show, they're just attention whores, and it looks like Amal is now Hassan simp. Hey, wait a second here. I'm not a Hassan simp. I just didn't appreciate the professor here. I mean, is he wrong about the Lindsay Lohan syndrome? Just saying. I'm just saying. Well, back to the article, because I never actually finished reading the article. Uyghur was scheduled to discuss American politics and the conflict in the Middle East at SXSW London, an event titled Techno-Feudalism is Here. Who are the Lords? Wait, that actually sounds interesting. Because, like, it does exist. I actually have some books about it that I haven't read. It's called Tenocracy, but roughly the same idea, I would imagine. Hold up, wait a second. Don't make me support Chank. He was also due to speak at an event at the Saskatchewan Lecture Theatre in Oxford. Okay, hold on, wait a second here. I know I'm an Anglophile, right? But I'm still American. What the fuck's a Saskatchewan Lecture Theatre? That sounds like it was imported from America, like Native American savage speak. Right? That sounds like it should belong in the United States from one of the colleges to represent, like, savage culture from the tribes. Not England here. But okay. Its organizers said he was known for his incisive anti-establishment, left-wing, and populist political commentary and activism. Funny calling him anti-establishment, but I guess, like, yes and no. Like, he had the, what was it called? He tried to do his own left-wing party quite a few years ago now, called something Democrats. Well, fuck, what was that called? I'm sure somebody in the chat remembers what it was. So, like, they were technically independent, right? But they also have a lot of ACBU funds themselves in support of the Democrats, too. Justice Democrats! Thank you, chat, for being my memory. I remember when he launched that quite a few years ago. So, like, he's kind of anti-establishment, but he is the establishment from the outside, if that makes any sense. Uyghur has been a regular visitor to the UK, frequently appearing on television and radio. He took part in a question and answer session at Cambridge Union last year. Uyghur and Piker did not respond to the request for comment, but in a post on X, Uyghur said, "I've been banned from the UK," which we read out this... Wait, didn't we read this? I read his tweet out. I did read his tweet out. I'm just being retarded. Replying on Uyghur, Piker said, "The UK has revoked my visa as well. All at the behest of Israel, the West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon will we all become Israel." David Taylor, a Labour MP, said, "It's good to see Home Office take a tough stance against those who pose a serious risk in public order and community cohesion. At a time when anti-Semitism is on record levels, it's completely inappropriate to give someone with a history of inflammatory rhetoric such a high-profile platform. I hope the Home Secretary will now seriously consider using these powers against other speakers with history of hateful speech who are set to appear at the festival." Mahmood launched a task force in April to identify extremists who are planning to come to the UK so she could ban them before the travel. She prevented 11 far-right agitators from using the UK to join Tommy Robinson's rally in London on May 16th. She's also blocked Islamist hate preachers from entering the country. Well, I'm glad about the Islamist hate preachers, obviously. I'm glad they're going after the communists. Once again, I still don't like the fact that they're using anti-Semitism as the excuse, and I'm very curious who the far-right agitators are. Like, if it's only Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur being banned from the left, but we got 11 quote-unquote far-right individuals on the right, I want to see who these far-right individuals are. Hold on, wait a second. We're not going to read this article. I just want to skim it real quick to see who it was. Are they also using anti-Semitism for the excuse? Okay. Latest far-right figure to be barred from the UK is a Canadian anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim commentator Ezra Levant. I've never heard of them. Who runs Rebel News outlet. Okay, I've heard of Rebel News. Rose. Okay. This fucking chick, Valentina Gomez. See, she deserves to be barred from the UK. I did remember her being barred because she threw up a stink online. Talking about grifters, right? She is 100% a grifter. She is a spick, a pale spick, but a spick nonetheless. Who has changed states multiple times to run as a Republican, and tries to do this whole big riff that she's, pro-Trump, pro-America, anti-immigration, when in reality she's just another dried-up hag thought, who doesn't actually care about anything, and everybody can see through her lies. She's awful. So good thing that's actually one of the good ones to get banned. This Ezra Levant guy doesn't actually sound that bad. Dominique Tarzinski, Polish MEP. Philip de Winter, Colombian American anti-Islam influencer. Wait, Belgian politician comes here. Okay, I was like, wait, hold on a second. Colombian immigrant, American anti-Islam influencer. Yeah, that's Valentina Gomez. But Philip de Winter is a Belgian politician commentator. American commentator Joey Manaro. He sounds familiar. Isn't that the gym bro guy who like complains about women filming in gyms? Or is that a different guy? Spanish personality Ana Luch, a Dutch anti-immigration activist Eva Vlardinger-Broek, and US-based podcaster Don Keith. I don't recognize him. But notice how all the right-wingers are anti-Islam and anti-immigration, and the left-wingers are anti-Israel. Once again, glad that the left-wingers are being banned, but as much as I don't really want to agree with Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur, it's very clearly that it's anti-Israel sentiment barring them, right? One, it's actually the UK government saying this, but they don't have a problem with the commie speak, right? They don't have problems with them supporting the grooming gangs, right? They don't have problems with, trying to bathe the streets and rivers of blood like Hassan Piker here. No, they have problems with the anti-Israel aspect of things. I'm glad they got banned, but it's a horrible excuse when the people on the right who are getting banned from the UK are anti-Islam and anti-immigration, the very things that are actually destroying the UK and the Western world's entirety. See, that's the problem. That's the real fucking problem here. Not the fact that they got banned. Joey Swole. Oh, okay. That makes more sense, especially with the name Swole at the last part here. So yeah, I don't know who the Joey Menarino is. There. Did she try to run for Congress in Texas? I believe so. I know she's hopped around multiple different states trying to run for office there, and she keeps on getting kicked out because her grift is disgusting, how obvious it is. As in spick and span, of course. Of course. Ezra Levant is a huge Israel guy. I can see it. God damn it. She wants to be the female Brandon hero? Yes. 100%. 100%, but she's failing massively. Somebody just put her... Somebody put her back in the home. Stay with her fucking kids and then get deported because she's Colombian and not actually American here. Okay, but back to Hassan. He talked about it on stream, obviously. So let's watch Hassan crash out a little bit. Because that's always, a nice little gold mine here. We'll watch Hassan Piker's tears.
Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's... Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked.
I didn't want to talk about it. For some reason, I'm pressing X to doubt that he actually did want to talk about it. Because he takes no time to play victim.
We just found out. So, yes. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union.
Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in years now. Remember when he used to be the leader of the Labour Party? An actual full-fledged communist who is now retired and floats from country to country to promote communism himself. Yes, of course he's talking to Jeremy Corbyn, of all people.
And now...
Sorry, I'm kind of paying attention to the chat as they're upset about it. I hate this fashion timeline, but this one saying, "Get Trump on the phone." I don't think Trump's gonna help us on.
The Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland? Okay, guys, it's not about fucking being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do shit in the UK.
See, okay. I know I can get a little bit mean with you guys from time to time, and I always feel bad about that, right? I guess now that I think about it, I feel like I've gotten kind of, like, nastier to you guys recently. Maybe not nastier. I feel like I'm getting a little bit angrier at chat more often sometimes. Anyway, a little going way off the point here. But whoever said, go to Ireland, and he is just like you can see him like snapping at chat like that. Like, you don't have to be that mean to your chat. They're supporting you. I get there's like a million of them there, and half of them are bots. But like, you just be like, no, the point is I'm supposed to do something. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It just irritates me. Like, chat is there to support you. Don't be upset with them when they're trying to give you an alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he could go to Ireland and take a small boat to the UK. If he wore blackface, he could make it. Yeah, 100%. I'm sure he could probably sneak in that way. Though then he would be, I wonder if he would be groped, by some of the Browns on the boats, though. I have a feeling he would not be happy being around those ruffians. The consequences of the policies he supports once again.
A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. And it's sneak into the UK? No, you can't do that. That's not a thing. Yep. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state.
Nick Shirley, dog for the fascist state. The same guy who has come out and exposed billions, literally billions of dollars of government corruption and fraud. But dog of the fascist state. Yes, Nick Shirley is definitely that. Trust me, bro. Okay, then.
That fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America. Or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like, they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like, we are in the 1930s era where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty.
Is he trying to say that Weimar problems create Weimar solutions with that 1930s little reference there, Because, I mean, I would agree, Hassan Piker. There. I mean, I hate actually agree with him, right? But a broken clock is right twice a day. And this is, once again, this is why the right has this weird opinion that they can actually side with the left. Even if he's right about this, doesn't mean I know I can trust him, right? He would be happy if I died in a heartbeat. But like, he's technically not wrong. The UK has come out and said the reason why they're barring them is because anti-Semitism and their anti-Israel sentiment there. The United States is using anti-Semitism to go after Free Palestine protesters and rioters in colleges. Like, I'm happy to see it being done to my enemies because they would be happy to see it being done to me. But it doesn't mean I really like the reason for it. Like, he's correct. Like, they is working as a uniparty. Like, you can make fun of every single group in the entire world except for tiny hats. On YouTube, on Twitter, and the government. Like, obviously some things are taboo, right? You can't say the N-word, certain spicy takes about women or, considered not, the best taste and various things like that. But as soon as you start talking about tiny hats, oh no, oy vey, shut it down, goim, occurs. And that he is technically correct about that, unfortunately. So I don't really agree with Assad. But broken clock.
And things are going to get even worse from here on out. Straight up fucking fascism. That's it. That's it. Israel is a fascist country.
Now, where I disagree is the fascism part. But what do you expect from Hassan? He just kind of says dog whistle words instead of any substance with it. But thank you, not a man and Atch, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're mean to us since when? I don't know. I feel like kind of more recently I've been snapping a little bit more at chat. Okay, or at least not maybe getting more annoyed at it. I try not to be though, right? Like, because my stance is that this streamer, like, obviously the culture is that the streamer bullies chat, and they're okay with it, that's fine. But I've never been comfortable with it, because I feel like you should be extremely nice and grateful for chat for actually spending the time out of the day to watch your content, when there's literally a million other people they could watch instead. But for some reason, they chose you for whatever reason it is. And so the chat should bully the streamer instead of streamer bully the chat. And so, like, and you should be very careful of when you're actually correcting chat. And I don't mean correcting ooh, you know, oh, Kenny type of stuff of correcting. I mean, like, just actually, like, chastising them in general because of that factor. Like, you know, but that's me personally. I haven't seen you get overly angry at chat. Yeah, I try to control it as much as possible. Because it's like because of that mentality in general. But I know I'm not perfect, obviously. And like I said, I do feel like I've been getting a little bit more irritated at chats. But that could just be me and a woman thing. So
And it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries, and in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, like good reason. This is not one of them, right? This is not one of them. Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend once again, where I warned the Western governments, and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest.
fuck, I have to agree with Hassan Piker again, because he's not wrong, actually. God damn it. Don't make me agree with Hassan Piker. But I mean, he's not wrong, because that is part of the problem, right? That the tiny hats have, right? Is that criticizing Israel for having a lot of influence on American politics has been considered anti-Semitic, when all it is criticizing a foreign country. Like, you as an American, he has the right, the freedom of speech, to criticize foreign countries, especially when they have a lot of influence on America, more specifically, and arguably lots of power over it. Now, you can disagree whether or not they do have power, but as an American, you do have the right to hold that opinion and espouse it. And so, but if when the tiny hats cry anti-Semitism for doing that, by criticizing a foreign country, then it's like, okay, so why do you see that as anti-Semitic? Oh, because you see it as, you know, Jews control the whole world, or you're blaming, you know, conflating the Jews as the country aspect of things. Okay, why do you do that? Oh, it's because they can have a sovereign nation state, an ethno state for themselves. just for them, and so they see Israel and tiny hats as one and the same. Okay, then, so that's what you see as anti-Semitism. Well, that's not how we see it, but if you're gonna go that route, then when we criticize Israel, then, you know, Minecraft villager noises, can start occurring, and you start wondering, like, what's happening here? What's actually happening here, right? Right? And that actually makes legitimate people anti-Semitic. So Hassan is actually technically correct here. That's actually one of the reasons why I became anti-Semitic. I used to think, there's no way that, like, 2% of the population can really control, you know, all that stuff, right? But, like, I'm not exactly a fan of Israel doing these things. And then I start looking into it a little bit more, and it's like, holy shit, they kind of actually do. What do you mean I'm anti-Semitic here? Well, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. Oh, whatever. Like, congratulations, I now am. I was, like, that was, like, one of the last stages of my, like, right-wing arc of many years to get to this point. But now I am, because you did it to yourselves. Congratulations. How is he right? Zionism and Judaism is directly connected. Everything they aligns completely with religion. I agree with that. But he's right in the sense that by not by connecting them themselves, right? That makes people anti-Semitic, because a lot of people on the right in America, right, the normie white rights, or just normies in general, don't make that connection. They want to separate it, right? Separate the country from the people, or the religion from the people, etc., etc. That happens there, and that's because that's how Western morality works. We're not tribalistic, unfortunately. But by doing it themselves, right? But instead of actually, like, waking up and realizing that it actually is, but the fact that they're doing it to themselves is what's making more people, by crying anti-Semitism, is what's making more anti-Semitism. So he's right in that case. My first noticing was that none of the Jewish people I knew as a kid were poorer than upper middle class. Really? I wasn't actually around them. Where I live, there's not a big community, as far as I'm aware at least, of the tiny hat tribe. So most of my exposure has been the internet when it comes to that. However, NWAS on their hand, different story. Many such crazes across the anti-Semitism threshold usually happens less. Yeah, it seems to be the natural case, at least as an American, right? Because you can see the NWAS being NWAS and the consequences of state slavery, right? You can see the Hispanics, you know, crossing the border illegally, and China just being China, right? Like, and women being women, and trannies being trannies. You know, you can kind of see that all as a whole. But thanks to how small of a group they are, how much power they do have, and the Holocaust being held over our heads, and never can be forgiven. Yeah, anti-Semitism usually is the last stone to be unturned when it comes to right-wing beliefs. They identify any criticism as an ethnic attack. Exactly, that's part of the problem. That's what makes more people anti-Semitic, because it's like, was it supposed to be an ethnic attack, but you're taking it that way? Why are you taking it that way? Oh, that's sly. Well, never mind, I guess it is. How dare you say we run the banks? They say it as they get their bank account closed. Exactly that. Exactly that. One of these days, right? Like, I know I can't do it because I'm a woman. But if I was a guy, one of these days I would go into a bank with a tiny little hat on just to see if I can actually get a 0% interest loan. I just want to see if that trick actually works. I heard it does, but, like, I don't know if it's true or not. I kind of want to test it myself. But alas. That's an interesting notice. It's a kind of contradicts the libertarian mentist way of defense of them. They may be poor on paper, but they only to use the handouts. Well, it depends on what kind of them they are, because there are different kinds of tiny hats, right? There's like the Orthodox ones in New York City. Was it New York City? Or was it New Jersey? No, it was New Jersey that Tyler Oliveira exposed, right? Who were very wealthy, but they were on a lot of government assistance, basically doing the blacks version of it, but had nicer cars, nicer grocery stores, you know, specifically for them, that kind of deal. But then there's obviously the very rich ones that are not as orthodox, that have banking ties, as you can say, that, a little bit different there. Women don't wear the tiny hat. I know, that's why I said that if I was a guy, I totally would do it, frankly. But, alas. Then again, I can always transition, right? I can get my 12-inch cock out at any time. Keep in mind, 12-inch flaccid, too. What he doesn't understand is that the UK isn't the USA, and he doesn't have the right to tell them they can't keep him out of their country. Country allowed them to make their own laws. Yeah, that's the argument I said earlier. Like, the UK does have the right to ban people as much as they want. Even if I might disagree for the reasons why they do. It's within the sovereign nation's responsibility to do so. So in a way, I do actually support it for that reason. But of course, an open borders, pro-immigration, socialist doesn't see it that way. So, let me see. I had more tabs about this, but I'm already kind of getting bored of Hassan. I usually don't really cover him because I don't find him that interesting. I mean, he's funny that he's easy to like lolcow the point and laugh at and then kind of move on. So him being investigated by the FBI is really interesting too. I'm glad that's happening. But I think I have more tabs, but I think I'm gonna move on because I've kind of gone through everything here. I mean, Asmongold talked about it. Sargon made a little bit of a response to it too, but it's Hassan. He's an idiot. What do you expect? Now the question is, now we would like to end a stream on a good note. I'm here. Or at least a relatively good note. Let's do some react swap tonight. The question is, I don't know which video to do. Because the woman is being indecisive again. But I'm leaning towards Think Before You Sleep. Because Think Before You Sleep is always good. I love Think Before You Sleep so much. And I saw this on my For You page, and I was like, that looks interesting, how to fix society. Actually, has he released a new video yet? Just out of curiosity. No, it's his most recent one. Here. But, Okay. Shake my head, not even watching the video you got paid to watch? I did not get paid to watch the Japanese guy. No, I've only got only the past few days I have been sent shekels for the Freedom Tunes and then that co-posting rat phenotype Restore Britain subverter that I crashed out on for about an hour and a half over a 15-minute video. Those are the only two videos I've been paid to watch these past few days here. So, and so Shekel Shaker comes in, then we'll talk. But for now, there's no shekels have come in. So, let's do some Think Before You Sleep. I love Think Before You Sleep. Plus, who cares about Pride Month? Who cares that too many corporations, including fucking Japan, supposed for Pride Month? Not to mention, not just the regular rainbow flag, not just the trainee flag, but also the diverse flag as well. You just gotta love it. You just gotta love it. But who gives a fuck about Pride Month? Seriously. It's fun to make fun of, but I don't see the point in talking about it here. That was an abysmal video against Restore. Yes, it was. Yes, it fucking was. Holy shit.
Alright, what's going on?
Oh, so they called the cops. They have the cops here now.
So what's the issue?
The issue is all I want is documents that happened today, so that way I can take it and I can get the work done that I needed done.
You heard what she.
So this body cam footage is from January 2nd, 2024. I'm very curious how this is going to go down. Why is she being kicked out with the cops from a dental place of all places?
said, right? You can get it later.
I told her I would mail them to her address because they don't have an address on. And I asked her to write it down.
All right, hang up
and
the
she
phone. This person's not a part of it. Okay. All right, so you're gonna have to leave the property now. If you come back here and cause more issues, we're gonna have a bigger issue, okay? They do not have the documents ready for you right now, and that's the end of it.
Okay, so we have a routine visit to the dentist office where the police had to be called because the suspect, suspect is probably the correct word. So the police were called because the suspect is mad that they wanted to mail her paperwork to her.
Because they don't have an address or a place to send it to. She does need to write
can you give her one?
Why? They already told me I have to leave. I have to leave the premises right now.
If you want them sent to you, then give them the address. It's very simple.
What address?
Yeah, this seems so easy. If you pay close attention, you can even hear that whoever's talking to her on the phone agrees with the police. Now, to clarify, I think initially the dentist wanted to mail the paperwork to her instead of giving it to her in person that day because she was being a pain in the ass and they didn't want her on the property longer than necessary, and they also didn't want her coming back to pick it up when they finished it.
Well, it's going to take me a minute to do it. And the way she was acting, I couldn't have her. If you guys are sitting here with her, I'll do it.
But I don't care.
When I come back and pick up my documentation, I will come back and
She's gonna print it up right now.
Okay, all right, just come outside.
No, I don't want. No,
We're gonna wait outside and she's gonna print it up while we're here.
I thought she just said that they can't.
Just wait outside.
Well,
Go wait outside and she'll print it for you.
Yes, Daddy.
Okay, now I'm
Yes, Daddy. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second here. It's like, I'm looking at this interaction, I'm like, I don't really see what the big deal is too much. Like, she wants to get her paperwork so she can go to a different dental place to get work done. Okay. She wanted to get the paperwork right then and there. But the dentist's office wasn't able to do so because of whatever reason. And then she probably, like, lost her mind. And hence what the cops were being called. Because she was being unreasonable bitchy. Okay, understandable. But the cops are here, they're reasonably willing to negotiate. They're going to actually mail it to her instead. She needs to give an address. And now she's being unreasonable again because she feels slighted because she's been kicked out. Like, this feels like such a nothing burger. Like, lady, they were going to give you this stuff anyways. But then you schizoed out. What is wrong with you here?
engaged. So this is like a prostitute. Thanks, Boondocks. Many life lessons learned from that show.
Also, the Yes Daddy comment. Sorry, I paused at the Yes Daddy comment, but then I kind of forgot about it because it's just the whole situation just seems ridiculous to me personally. I'm too white for this. She looked a little bit swarthy with the police body cam video, but I guess I'm too white for this. Because if I show up one day wanting, in my paperwork in hand, and the dental office is like, sorry, I can't give it to you at this exact moment. I'm going to have to mail it to you because of XYZ's reason. I'll be like, okay then. In my mind, I might think, why can't you give it to me in hand? That seems a little bit strange. But unless I needed it literally for tomorrow, I probably would have, moved on with my life. And if I did need it for, tomorrow, I'd be like, okay, what can I, is there any way you can get it sooner? If the answer still is no, then I would, I don't know, try to go from there and not lose my mind. But then she says the whole daddy situation, and just of course, and the swarthiness actually kicks in.
You better make that deep boy work, bitch, and stop playing with me.
Yes, Daddy.
And now we know why the police had to get called over some medical documents at the dentist. But the reason I wanted to focus on this police encounter is because recently, the topic of culture has come up a lot in social media discussion. Many people have realized that the reason that us regular people have to live with all these restrictions and limitations is because of an actually quite small group of people who are screwing it up for everyone else.
Well, usually that small group of people is a certain skin color, and while the woman from the dental office was a little bit swarthy, usually it's not her kind. I mean, sometimes it is her kind, but 80% of the time, it's the kind in this photo here. Multiple people try to get this woman to please take a seat like everyone else at the Eastland Career Center graduation. She starts comparing taking a seat to 1920s when slavery was going on. When the camera zooms out, you can see she's blocking multiple bleachers worth of people trying to watch the graduation, all of which are following the rules and sitting patiently at their seats. Many people said they're tired Many people said they're tired of this type of behavior in America. 100% against the social credit system, but let's just say if we did have one, a lot of people feel horribly in America. Well, get women out of positions of privilege, because that's a very leftist statement I just said there, but they very much have privilege. in America, where they can feel entitled to be acting like these BPD foids. And then 2, just get rid of the nuns. Problem solved.
For example, this story has been going around on Twitter. Some doctors and engineers decided to go to
American tourist arrested after breaking into Punch the Monkey's enclosure at Japan's Ishikawa City Zoo. Let's see. And Reed Johnny Dayson and Neil Jabari Dewand. So yes, doctors and engineers, as TBYS says.
the Ichikawa Zoo in Japan where that famous monkey Punch is. When they got there, they jumped into an enclosure to promote some stupid crypto coin. Because of those two guys, the zoo had to install a net to prevent that from happening again, and now we can't see monkeys at the zoo. Wait.
I mean, you can see monkeys at a zoo apparently, since they're allowed in clearly to cause such a disruption.
Nah, I'm gonna leave that in, it's fine. So when it comes to a person like this who can't handle a simple activity like waiting for some documents without causing a scene, know that these are the people that we have to focus on to fix a vast majority of society's problems.
Are you gonna wait for the documents or not? Hello?
Oh my god. You alright?
No, I just want to leave and I can't leave.
Can you listen for 1 second? She said it was going to take a few minutes, but the way you were acting, they didn't want to do it while you were here. But now that we're here, they'll do it while we wait outside with you, okay?
I don't...
They don't, you know what? Do you have a job?
We came back.
I'm just...
Okay then. I was not expecting that to come out of the copper's mouth, but hey.
Waiting for the paper that they said that they were just about to bring out.
Yeah, and then you.
Oh, she even dresses like a hoe too. The tight leggings, the crop top, the tattoo on the side of the arm, the swarthy nature of it. I mean, she's relatively pretty, right? She's not fat, so the fact that she's not fat already gives her a few bonus points. Well, that's it. That's the only thing going for her.
So we thought you left.
No, I left to go for a walk. So
Wait, is that a tattoo on her stomach as well underneath that? Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Calm down. I didn't leave, but you told me to come back in here when everything was done. So that's what I was doing.
I just told you to wait outside, then you...
That's what I was doing outside. I was waiting.
All right, can you just sit down and we'll get your documents here in a minute.
Okay, I'll go for another walk again and wait.
Okay, no, don't go for a walk. Just stay here. I don't need you walking around everywhere. I need to find where you're at so we can just give you the documents. I'm sure it'll be just another minute.
Come back when the documents are done and I can go for a walk until then. I don't understand why it's a problem for me to just step outside and go for a walk.
I hate women so fucking much. Like, both women in this scenario are a problem here. Right? Because technically they did kick her out and told her to wait outside until the documents are done. And so then she comes back inside after taking a walk, thinking the documents are done. I'm not sure, maybe they were supposed to call her instead, but whatever the case is. And then they're like, why are you here? Well, I came back because he said to come back when the documents are done. And they're like, okay, then fine, I guess you can sit now that it's taken care of. But then now the Floyd's like, well, fine, I guess I'll go take a walk. Like, oh my god, just... This is why we need men, like, everywhere. This is why women should just be at home, taking care of kids, not interacting with the rest of, like, public society at this point in time, because they both talk past each other, both don't understand what they said 5 minutes ago, and both freak out emotionally. Ugh.
I already have a headache. They ask her to leave and she wants to stay. Now they're asking her to stay and she wants to leave. Literally being a pain in the ass just because. Normally, I would use this term for marketing, but my friends and I like to call these kinds of people high-friction individuals. The reason being that ideally, when you try to sell something in a business, you try to reduce the number of actions that a person has to take to buy your product. Doing that increases the likelihood that customers will make a purchase, like Amazon's one-click buys. It's easy for a reason. To put it simply, the number of actions that you have to take to do something is called friction. And usually, when you're trying to improve your life, one of the most effective ways of doing that is to reduce friction or reduce the number of actions that it takes to accomplish things that are good for you. However, the mentally ill love increasing friction and adding roadblocks to everyday activities.
This is why I like Think Before You Sleep. Because, like, I don't really watch all his videos anymore. I've been doing a lot more since, like, the reacting wise. But I remember, like, old Think Before You Sleep used to give you lots of, like, health advice throughout the video. And then and his videos as well. With different, like, psych facts to make your life better, or health facts in general. And this is kind of it. Like, he's able to interweave it within the videos on how to make your life better. Like in this case, if you want to make your life better, reduce the friction by by having less steps to do, like working out or making food or whatever the case is. It can be applied for a lot of things. This is why I like him so much.
Think of a show like Hoarders where walking to the front door is almost an impossible task. I swear I watched an episode where a woman had to use her neighbor's toilet because her house was so full of junk that she couldn't use her own bathroom. That's high friction. So understand the amount of roadblocks that this streetwalker is putting everyone through just to get some pieces of paper from the dentist.
You're making a bigger issue than it needs to be.
I'm not trying to make an issue. I'm not trying to make a problem. Why can't I go for a walk until this is done? Why do I have to?
You can kind of tell with how she's like looking on the ground here too. Oh fuck, sorry. My key got a little bit sticky. Hold on.
Think of a show.
I spilled juice on my keyboard a while ago, and one of my back keys got sometimes gets stuck sometimes. But anyways, but like you can see, like she's not even actually looking at the female cop talking here. She's looking at the ground. Like she's probably on some sort of drug, or something's wrong with her just in general. Some sort of degree where she's like. She is adding friction. Like, she's kind of got a point, right? If the documents are done, she can go take a walk because Eric kicked her out once and she took a walk then. But I'm telling you she can wait and stay. So it's like, now she's making a big deal of nothing. Like, this doesn't need to be to this extent than what it is. This is a hooker. True, she didn't make the whole yes, Danny comment. Unironically, seriously, as a joke, in public, on speakerphone too. Notice the speakerphone. Right, that's a very, swarthy behavior.
I'm trying to make an issue. I'm not trying to make a problem. Why can't I go for a walk until this is done? Why do I have to?
How much longer till the documents are ready? Okay.
So can I go for a walk until it's done?
No, stay here or we're going to be trespassing you from here, okay?
Why?
Just stay here. Just stay here. They're getting the papers. I'm not going to babysit.
You don't have to babysit. I said I would come back in a little bit when this is done. I can give you a call first, and then when they're done, I can call you, and we can come here together if you want.
Just stay here for a minute.
I don't want to do that.
This girl is the...
Stay here, you're trespassing? What? Like, I noticed that too. It's just like, wait a second. This is not making any sense. This is a hate woman, right? There's a female officer, the hooker, standing there, a little bit out of her mind, and then there's the female dental assistant in the office making things worse. Too many women here, too many vaginas, too much fucking estrogen. It's making it fucking messy. Stay or you're trespassing. Oh my god, this is such a mess.
Queen of unnecessary roadblocks. To clarify and reiterate in case you forgot context, the original plan was to mail the documents to her. However, because the police are there and in order to reduce friction so they don't have to deal with her anymore, the dentist office has decided to ready the paperwork for her immediately. But instead of the suspect saying, okay, well, I'll just wait 5 minutes, she decides to overcomplicate everything by saying that she wants to go for a walk until the documents are ready, which is...
But I'm gonna have to disagree with TBYS here, because technically they kicked her out because she was making such a big deal, which is understandable. So she had to go wait outside till the documents were done. So she waited outside till the document was done, apparently took a walk, and then she came back in. Then they're asking, why are you here? Well, I thought the documents were done, so I came back in here. So then they're like, okay, fine, they can stay. Then the woman is like freaking out about going on a walk again. So they're both at fault. The woman, the hooker, you know, kind of losing her mind on whatever drug that she's on, is the bigger problem, because she's the one making the stink in the first place, and then not just taking the offer of staying in the office again. Well, like the dental office, the police officer more specifically, is not helping either.
Is of course pissing off the officer because she doesn't want to waste police resources by waiting for some undetermined amount of time for the suspect to come back. Like, God, this chick's behavior is annoying. It's like having to type in my credit card number every time I want to make a purchase. Just arrest her and give her a huge fine. Stop trying to accommodate her. You need to inconvenience this chick back instead of letting her control the situation.
I just want to leave so that way I can go and finish what I had to do today.
They're working on it.
And they're taking a long time, so I can't go for a walk because I have to go fill out an application and an interview right now.
Okay. You You left. Okay,
Yes.
we saw you leave. I hung out here for another 5 minutes. You clearly weren't coming back. I told them you left.
I never said I wasn't coming back. I never said
How am I supposed to know? I can't read your mind.
You can't read my mind. Okay, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I have to do. I had an appointment to go at another place that's near here that I missed an appointment.
Right, now it's the officer's fault that you missed your interview because you couldn't wait for some paperwork. I mean, your pimp said it was okay to wait. Also,
I mean, yeah, she shouldn't have left, right? If she didn't communicate to the officer, so she's gonna take a walk. And to be fair, even then, she should have just waited outside in general, instead of taking a walk to do whatever. Because all they did was ask her to wait outside. They wouldn't have actually known. Like, even if she did say take a walk, they don't know where she's walking to. You don't know how long the walk's gonna take. Like, if they communicated how long it takes to get the papers, and be like, okay, I'll go take a walk for an hour for however long it is to get the papers and come back, makes a little bit more sense. But even then, the police is not their job to wait an hour while she's wandering around, right? They're just there to kind of watch her. So, like, the woman is still mostly at fault here. Like, if you should have made a big stink at the dental office, we can't get the papers. This is so retarded. This is so retarded.
she's not dressed for an interview. She started this video out in a sweatshirt and yoga pants. I doubt she's about to be interviewed or going to an appointment or whatever she changed.
To be fair, it depends on where she's getting the interview at. If she's going to McDonald's or a gas station, it's not that big of a deal. Like, when I worked at Walmart, I did my interview for Walmart. I came in business casual clothing, but I wasn't the only one with the interview. In fact, it was actually very unprofessional how Walmart did their interviews. Excuse me. We're taken to the back. It was me and like 3 other people. One of them was a girl, dressed basically exactly the same as this, a couple of years younger than me, clearly in high school. And we were taken all to the same room, and I had mine first, and they had to sit in the corner of the same room, just a few feet away as my interview was going down. It was a very short interview, lasted like 10 minutes, and it was Walmart, and I got the job, obviously. But, and I think they also got the job too, but they were not exactly dressed for an interview either. And not like Walmart was being very professional with the interview as well, since we all were in the same fucking room. Not like we had the interview at once, but still, it was really weird. So technically, like, not saying, like, you should dress that way for an interview, but clearly a lot of these places don't, depending on where she's applying to, which I highly doubt is going to be anywhere, very professional based off how she's acting. Probably don't care as much. Was she cute? I mean, yeah, she was pretty. She actually looked a lot like this woman. Like, a little swarthy, but kind of hard to tell. Brown hair, brown eyes, thin, dressed basically exactly the same. You know, like I said, a couple years younger than me, clearly in high school. So, yeah. Woman officer arguing instead of ordering. That's not helping either. It's just like female competition. We got the Asian Floyd here. The other the other white dental assistant that popped up in a different part of the video. This Floyd and the police officer Floyd. Too much estrogen. To be her business casual is just right for a Walmart interview wise. Well, that's how I was dressed. The other girl that was there was dressed like this. This is not business casual. This is casual. Tight leggings and a sweatshirt. I was dressed in business casual with like some slacks and like a nice, like, but simple, like, little business shirt.
It too. Maybe the actual story is that she was supposed to go meet a client, if you know what I mean.
I'm not trying to
Probably.
I have an appointment somewhere else that I have to be at.
Okay, then do you want to come back later today for the documents?
I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the paperwork is done. That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back when the paperwork is done.
You had an issue with it earlier today.
No, I did not.
You did. That's why I was called here, because you had an issue with it. I'm not playing games with you.
I never had an issue coming back to pick up my paperwork, but they told me that I wasn't going to be able to get it for a while.
Now you have the customer thinking, what the hell, why is there a cop here? Let me just say that if I'm a new customer and I saw this shit going down, I would probably never come to this business again, and I would tell all my friends to not go there because I would think it's ratty. For longtime customers, it might be different, but it is very likely that she's costing this dentist office business by causing a scene. They should just arrest her at this point.
Oh, most likely. The most definitely. Though the dental office looks nice enough, right? So it might not that big a deal, and clearly the woman is the one causing the problems. But I can understand that. This is why you need to port the brownoids. Even the cute little Latinas like this chick, or Southern Italian. She's, like I said, she's so swarthy of some sort of flavor. She's pale enough that she could be passing, but she's some swarthy kind. Not worth it. Not fucking worth it here. I still think the dentist is the one being a problem. She outright said she not want to do the work. Yeah, like, that's also kind of the problem too. Because depending on how, like, it depends on how much of a scene the lady was causing before the police was called. Like, if she, like, came in here, one of the documents, and handed to them and not mailed, like the dentist office was doing, and then she got a little bit upsetty, and then the Asian lady talked back at her, and then it escalated from there, because clearly this woman is very sensitive to any parts of talking back. Like, I can see how it can easily escalate with the Foids, right? Because I don't understand why the documentation needs to take so long. But if you just told her, hey, wait a second, it's going to take like an hour to do, and she still threw a fit, which it seems like likely, based off her previous interaction, then obviously she's at fault as well. So, like, but it's kind of hard to tell, because it seems like everyone's a piece of shit in this story, mainly her. Well, not that the dental office is made, like, completely reasonable either. Also, thank you, not Mananek, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Amal, remember last stream when I asked you to watch the Japanese video Sleepy posted? He probably does. You did? I don't remember that. Hold on. Hold on. I can look through. I don't think it's gonna be happening tonight, but if you actually did give me some shekels to watch it, then I can do it on Wednesday then. When do you say you did it? Last stream? So Saturday? Like... Ah, yes, okay. Have you seen Sleepy's Kocho Toyama post to stream ideas chat's pretty wild? You should put it on. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see. Well, I guess I'm not exactly against it. Here. I guess I didn't really register it as actually watching it with that comment. That's my bad. That's my bad. We can maybe watch it Wednesday. Before the game or whatever Wednesday's thing is. My apologies. Back to the video we're actually watching it though.
Why can't I just come back after I finish what I had to finish there, and then I can finish my doc, and then I can come and pick up the documentation, and I can call you.
Just wait a second. Is it ready?
2 more minutes. He's finishing his note real quick. That's why I said it would be better if she came back.
Right. Well, now
she come back ever.
Okay, so she.
This is what I fucking mean. It's Floyd's fighting. Because it's like, that's like I said, it's gonna take like 2 minutes, which 2 minutes is not a lot of time. But like, basically they're saying, they're trying to imply that it's gonna take a lot of time to get the paperwork ready because of whatever their system is, maybe things they have to input. I can kind of see why it might take a minute for whatever like legal, medical reasons that could be. That's why I said it'd be better if she came back. And so then she left. Like, we saw her go outside. There is some sort of time skip where apparently she actually took a walk. And so they're like, well, apparently she left. And so like, there's like, whatever. And then she came back thinking the documents would be done, but they're still not done. Like, but now she can't ever come back. And it's like, well, she, like, what is, this is just, this is so stupid! Somehow they're making this worse!
You gonna be trespassed?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear this, okay? If you leave the property and come back, you'll be arrested. If you leave right now, you cannot come back, okay?
I just want my paperwork.
Okay, wait 2 minutes, and you'll have your paperwork, okay? Do you understand? If you return this property, you will be arrested.
I don't mind that. I don't care about that.
Okay, so
that's fine. I just want my documentation so I can take it to my new doctor. So
Okay.
they can do what they need to do. Since they don't want me here.
Moody. Okay.
I have to.
You have to be here and.
Let me write down my information or whatever.
Hey, ma'am, sit down.
I'm not a dog. I'm not sitting down like I'm a dog. I'm not a
Oh my god. Just stay. Okay. As this goes on, the woman in yellow is worse and worse. But she was already the main catalyst for everything too. But like, leave. If you leave, you'll get arrested for whatever stupid reason. If you come back afterwards, okay, fine, whatever. I don't fully agree, but I understand. But then she wants to write down her information. The female cop starts freaking out for some reason. And tells her to sit. It's like, well, I'm not a dog. And now the yellow woman's like, okay, yeah, I agree. The yellow woman probably shouldn't need to write the information. She also needs to just sit down and wait. But like, you're freaking out for reaching over for a pen, which I guess is technically a violation and way too far. But like, it just you can hear it in the female cop's voice as she like starts panicking about it. Like she's not handling the situation or whatever. Like this like obviously she's some sort of hooker of some sort. I saw the male cop in the background. Just have the man manhandle her. One, she would probably enjoy it, and two, she would respect it a lot better than a more catty woman.
Stay right there. You're not moving anywhere. You're waiting for your documents. Unless you want to leave, you're going to be trespassed, and you'll be arrested if you return.
I want my paperwork.
Come sit down. You're not blocking the doorway.
I'm not a dog.
You smoking already for?
For what?
We didn't back up here in case I have to go hands on with you. Come sit down right now.
For what? I'm asking for my documents.
Get out of the doorway. You're not going to be blocking the doorway for all these other customers.
I'm not blocking the doorway for anything. The door's open. Anyone can come in.
If anything, actually, like, she's right. She's not blocking the doorway, but like, this is January. It actually looks quite warm. They're clearly like in Florida. You can see like the palm trees there, and like what they're wearing. It's a very warm environment. It looks actually like a summer day, or a spring day, but like this is actually in January 2nd. This happened, 2024. So like but you're letting the bugs in, right? Like just sit down. It's not that deep.
Here, I'm not blocking anyone.
Come on, she's begging to be arrested. I understand trying to de-escalate when possible, but she's crossed the line like 10 different times, so now it's time to make her life hell so she doesn't think she can get away with this elsewhere. The reason she's so confident in being a pain in the ass to police is because she does this to other people and they put up with it. Now, if you're afraid of standing...
I agree, which is why she needs the male cop to manhandle her. Like, she clearly isn't a respectful woman, which, to be fair, I don't respectful a woman either. But, like, the women are not the female cop and the dental assistant aren't helping as well. This is just... Everybody involved with this is a piece of shit. All female cops do is power trip, all female suspects do is escalate. Yes, this is why, like, matriarchal societies don't fucking work. This is why females shouldn't be cops. We watched the Henry Nowak police footage, earlier, and they were just as useless. I mean, the male cops were pretty bad too, but the females were like, wait, should we check him out? Like, there's just air in there, just air until another female pops up, and then they had the intersexual competition, like, and then here we are.
Up to this kind of person, let me just say that most of them are really weak, and they cave instantly the minute someone tells them to shut up.
All right, do you have your ID on you?
No, I do not.
All right, get off the phone.
No, I'm calling my mom.
Oh god, why don't you have your ID on you? Like, obviously the woman in yellow is far worse. Like, why don't you have your ID? Like, it's not that hard. You have a fucking backpack on you for whatever reason, which I get is like it's the trendy thing to do these days, right? Is to have which I kind of understand. But like, you should have your license. But she is swarthy and like probably a hooker based off the other implications, so I can kind of see why she wouldn't. But like, if you're gonna get documents, you kind of need some sort of proof on you. Like, this is so annoying. I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall. I hate women. 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 I hate women.
Get off the phone.
You can't tell me I can't call my mom.
Come sit over here.
Oh. Testosterone finally enters the building.
Trespass. They're getting her documents right now.
I'm waiting.
She wants to be argumentative with me. I told her to sit down. She wants to call her mom and stay in the doorway.
They won't refuse.
Go wait outside.
They refuse to
All right, let's go outside.
No, I'm not doing anything. They told me to wait 2 minutes for my paperwork. I'm waiting for my paperwork. I'm opening. The door's open, wide open.
Go outside and go to jail.
Issue.
All right,
why am I getting arrested? For what? Why am I getting arrested?
Outside.
Okay, I'll get out.
Go
I
outside.
just wanted my paperwork. Why is it a problem?
Get up and go outside because you're not listening.
Okay, if you do not.
What's with women and calling their mom? Well, she clearly doesn't have a father figure based off how she acts and how she dressed in her job description. So, she ain't gonna be calling her father here. And I can understand her hesitancy for going outside, since 2 months ago she was told if she goes outside and comes back in, she'd be trespassing, but clearly changed her mind, especially once the mail stopped in. So now she's having a whole fucking tantrum.
Get up right now. You're going to jail.
That's it.
Just
All
go.
right,
No, I'm going outside. I'm going outside.
No,
I'm outside.
I'm not playing games
Is that Victoria's Secret underwear I see there? Hot damn.
See what I mean? Instant.
It's like George Floyd calling for his mom, but they turned out to be his drug dealer.
Caved. She's used to walking all over people, but she's not used to them standing up for themselves, so she doesn't know how to deal with it. That's how most of these annoying people are.
Turn around.
I mean, she is resisting. She's not getting up. She's not flipping over. She's throwing a tantrum on the ground here. This is insane. This is absolutely fucking insane. This has escalated far, far worse than it ever needed to be. Women really are children? Yes, they are. And they should be treated like children. And, like, this is also, like, going with the same line, right? Like, the children don't want the candy being stolen here. In this case, they don't want the intersexual competition with men. Hence, when they get all this estrogen in the room, you have this cat fight going down. It actually takes the man actually kind of stepping in that anything were really to occur. Like, they really are children. You gotta slap them, okay? You gotta use corporal punishment on them to make them understand.
Turn around.
Body cam footage has been great for exposing how these police encounters actually go. Really eye-opening. You can see she is clearly resisting arrest. She's very clearly resisting being grabbed.
Why are you doing this? I just wanted my documentation. Why are you doing that?
Look at how many fucking tattoos this slut has. Holy shit. Her, like, half her body's at least the ink. Explains the follower's behavior.
Oh. Hey, stop! Resist
Turn
it.
around.
You're gonna get hurt if you don't comply. And that's by your own accord. Hey, you raise your hands!
You want to get tased?
Let go of your hands!
Back now.
Hey!
Oh, that's some whore underwear right there. Hold on, wait a second. I saw the Victoria's Secret lining there. But look at that. Look at that. That thing's not actually covering her ass. That's lace right there. Yeah, I probably was a client that she was going to, if you get my drift.
Then you should have listened.
Stop resisting!
I was listening.
You are not listening.
Oh, I can't breathe. Okay, so when we watched the Henry Novak police body cam footage there, I said during then that I can't take it when people say I can't breathe seriously after St. Floyd and the Fent caused so many memes with it. But with Henry's case, it was very obviously, like, real and serious since he was stabbed literally to death and dying. Literally bleeding out during that footage. Like, we literally watched a man die in that 2 minutes and 38 seconds. But now we go back to this woman again, where she's like, oh, I can't breathe. And it's like, okay, you clearly can't breathe. You're crying, you're shitting your pants, you're repeating yourself, you're resisting arrest. Yeah, I'm not gonna believe you when you say I can't breathe. I can't take this seriously. Jesus Christ. Also, no, I saw this, like, shitty, like, early 2000s car with the tire up on the curb like this. How much you want to bet it's actually her car? I'm just saying, there's, like, very few people within the office. Usually, people who work in the company are required to park in the back to make room for clients' cars up in the front. I'm like, with the shitty car and the actually up on the curve like this, I'm guessing it's probably hers.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Every person being arrested since about 2014 suddenly can't breathe. I mean, she's breathing so loudly that you can hear it. She's like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Now, in the past, I might have spoken differently, but in the modern day, I am so sick of people who pull this shit that the more they cry and struggle while they're in the process of finding out, the more I enjoy the video.
Knock it off!
That doesn't work for me personally, because unfortunately I'm still a void, and so when I hear people get very angry or upsetty and panicky and yelly and shouty like this, it actually causes me anxiety. Like, this one's not as bad because she's been in hysterics from the start. But, like, it does cause me a lot of anxiety hearing this. Because it makes me uncomfortable. Like, I'm not to the point where I'm obviously siding with her, right? But it makes me very uncomfortable when people get angry and start yelling and crying like this. It puts like my flight or flight symptoms going on, and I want to fly far away.
We're gonna bring all your stuff now. Knock it off.
Hey! I need my ID in my wallet!
Wait, I thought you didn't have your ID.
I was about to say the same thing.
No, I do not.
All right.
I guess she did have it.
So lying to cops, that's a good sign here. Like, I don't have my ID. Like, I'm assuming she didn't want to give her ID, so make it harder to arrest her, possibly. But, like, it's not working on her favor, clearly.
I need my ID, I need my wallet.
You're gonna get everything. Calm down.
No, I need my ID, I need my wallet. It's all over.
You'll get everything. Calm down. This is ridiculous.
I just wanted my documentation.
Then you would have got it if you listened.
I did.
Let's go. Stand up and get in the car.
I know, I'm not getting arrested for this.
Yes, you are. Get in the car.
Why am I getting arrested?
Because now you're getting arrested for refusing to move, and it's telling the police officer. Get in the
I know there's been multiple cuts here, but have they read her actual rights? Like, I don't think they've read her rights yet. I just want to point that out there. It's just kind of funny.
Come.
I didn't assault a police officer.
Get in.
Man, you're gonna get pulled in if you don't get in, I promise you.
You're gonna get tased in 1 second.
I didn't assault a police officer. I need my backpack, please. I need my backpack, please. Hey, I
Get
need
in the
my
car.
backpack, please.
Get in.
Now, might be a hot take for you guys, chat, but the big problem with NWAs getting shot by the cops is because they resist arrest. Now, you can argue that, the reason why she's being arrested is kind of stupid. And to a certain extent, I can agree that she's causing a big stink. But it definitely seems not exactly the most useful part of police resources for myself personally. However, once you're getting arrested, resisting arrest is not going to do you any favors. In fact, it's going to make your case worse. You're making your life and the police officer's life harder. You're putting yourself at risk of injury. And because of the body cam footage, and once this goes to trial, resisting arrest in itself is a crime. Like, you can say, well, I shouldn't have been arrested, but that's suddenly supposed to go to the courts and the judge. Now, you can argue, well, the courts and the judges are corrupt, and you can't get a fair trial. And you know what? I can actually kind of agree with that point, too. Excuse me. But, unfortunately, with how the system is made, by resisting arrest like this, even if you're technically in the right, you will make yourself look wrong because of that factor. And this is where she kind of stands. Like, she's already being a nuisance, right? Not something that, once again, I don't know if she should go as far as being completely arrested, but, like, definitely needed some manhandling done to her. There. But now she's resisting arrest and making the whole situation worse. And it's like, lady, shut up, just take it. You like being cuffed anyways, in the right context. Just stop. Just fucking stop already. And this is why NWAs get shot. Because they resist arrest, usually quite violently, versus she was just floundering around and having a temper tantrum. But the NWAs actually are very violent with it, and then they wonder why they get shot.
God, what a day, what a nuisance. It's very shocking that no one got hurt. The suspect starts kicking the door and the glass window, though for the most part, the police have her under control. And now that the witch is contained...
Like this is not doing her any favors. Oh, I just realized she's got a belly button piercing too. I mean, not like there's any more red flags for her than we already seen so far, but, like, why are you doing this? Stop while you're ahead. Get some help.
Let's see how the dentist is doing.
I think she probably has something in her bag she doesn't want you guys to know. Does she like hid from you guys around the corner somewhere?
A little snitch. I think there's something in her backpack that she hid from you. Good move. Get her in as much trouble as possible, because I think what this lady is suggesting is that the real reason that the suspect actually wanted to take a walk is so that she could ditch some drugs or do them. Honestly, it's hard not to think that this girl is a regular user of hard drugs, based on her completely unhinged behavior over some paperwork.
I told you.
And most importantly, I'm surprised Think Before You Sleep hasn't pointed it out, how she was acting when actually arguing with the police officer by looking at the ground the entire time, kind of like spaced out but not.
I was frightened. I not two men.
I told you we were going to be back.
2 men on a young lady? It's just crazy to me.
She's an animal.
All right, so this is her stuff.
Hang on, I got to close on.
Oh yeah, thanks.
This is her paperwork. I never want to see the lady again.
Woman cop doesn't actually know how to do procedures, so imagine my shock.
That's what I need to do for that trespassing or whatever, but
She already knows she's trespassed. She brought an issue, so.
okay. Well, thank you. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I've never in my life seen something that crazy, but I guess that's normal for you guys.
Yeah, I only saw something that's crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl like that.
It's always the girls.
That's an interesting perception. But now we finally have the paperwork.
It's always the girls. Yes, there is no one that hates women more than other women. Proves thy point exactly.
accomplished. Though this all could have maybe just been an email, keep it simple. Next, the police have to look through her bag, and it looks like she has some makeup brushes that she's now going to have to throw away because they put them on the floor. Great move, cops. I approve. We have some 5 gum, and something that looks like a burner phone. So she's not beating the drug addict prostitute allegations.
No, can I please call my dad? Please, it's his birthday today. I can't miss this, please. Please, I just don't want to get arrested. I didn't do anything to deserve this, please.
Surprised she actually has a father. Why did she call the father first then? I mean, maybe you didn't want to ruin his birthday if that's actually a true story. I'm just saying the father would be better at actually defending you and saving his pretty little princess than the mother would be. But okay.
I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to go back to jail. I don't want to go back.
Don't want to go back to jail. Okay, yep, there we go. There we go. She's got a little bit of history, somewhat.
I want to go back to jail. Please don't make me go back to jail. I don't want to go. I don't want to go, please.
Going back to jail? Now, again, you might think it's heartless for me to make fun of her frantically crying or possibly having a panic attack.
Mom, my mom's right there. My mom's right there. Mom, my mom's right there. She's in that Jeep right there. My mom's in the Jeep right there, please. Mom! Mom, please! Please, Mom! Mom! Mom, no! 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 Mom!
I don't even know what to say. Like, just she's completely crashing out right now. Like, what the fuck? And I'm sitting here thinking, have I ever crashed out like this ever before? And I don't think I ever have since I was like 5. Or like a temper tantrum or something like that. And even then, I can't remember losing my mind like this. This is insane. Just schizo. She clearly has not taken enough drugs. What the fuck?
No!
Holy shit, literally as mature as a toddler. So you may think it's like heartless for me to make fun of this person because it looks like she's crying and having a panic attack or whatever. But remember, she caused all of this. She could have just been polite to the dentist, but instead she had to disrupt their business and possibly scare their customers away. Not to mention they gave her like 20 different warnings to try and prevent her from being arrested. Personally, I think it should have been like 2 or 3. We need to be less tolerant of these people. My empathy goes out the window for those who cause their own problems like this. Like I said, I actually enjoy watching people like this suffer. You have to be in that mindset or you'll get manipulated by their crying and fake sob stories.
I mean, I kind of disagree there, frankly, myself. Like, I don't enjoy watching this. Like, that whole schizo meltdown is not fun and entertaining to me. But I don't feel manipulated by it at all. I'm repulsed by it. Like, these kind of things make me uncomfortable, and it makes me dislike the person. I don't find it entertaining. I hate it. Like, it's disgusting to me. It gives me too much anxiety. And not to feel like, ooh, Floyd anxiety kind of thing, but like, yelling in general gives me lots of anxiety. Like, if somebody raises their voice to me, I will probably start crying. I know this sounds like an exaggeration, but it's true. Like, I do not handle being yelled at properly. And the armchair psychology is because of my parents constantly fighting and my mom, blah, 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 blah. But I don't get enjoyment from this. I hate it. So I'm gonna kind of disagree with it. But I can understand where he's coming from. Because if you don't have some sort of negative reaction to it, or in this case, a pleasurable reaction to it, to laugh at her suffering, right? Basically acknowledging the fact that, like, who the person's in the wrong for having the schizo meltdown, then you will be manipulated by their crocodile tears. Or I mean, maybe I can't, maybe not crocodile tears in this case. They're very genuine, but like she's very out of her mind here. um, the cops then de-escalate and drove her to the edge of a panic attack. See, I disagree. Like she deserves being manhandled. Maybe not exactly being arrested, but she definitely deserves a quick slap, right? As to some way, shape, or form. But she's in the wrong. She is in the wrong. Now, the dentist's office and the female cop were not helping. They were actually they were escalating it 100%. But it doesn't change the fact that this void in the cop car having a schizo meltdown started this whole ordeal in the first place. So she is in the wrong. And she was escalated as the dentist office and the female Floyd cop. I guess female Floyd is technically the same thing. Anyway, you know what I mean. As the female cop was escalating things, she like they were taking like one step to escalate, and then she would take like 5 more steps to escalate. So she's definitely in the wrong, even if they weren't helping here.
Now, if this were someone who was innocent, watching a video like this would genuinely be traumatizing. For example, watching Irina Zarutska get stabbed caused me mental health issues for weeks. But when it's someone finding out after some shit they started, I don't lose sleep at all. Weird how that works.
I'm begging, please! Have mercy! Have mercy, please!
Geez, I gotta show the free ring clip again.
Demons use words to trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say. They're monsters who learn to speak. Monsters who found they could lure in humans by crying, "Help me."
I'm tired of these people playing victim to make us feel sorry for them as a way of getting out of...
Great clip, by the way. Same with the manga panel, too. It's so funny with Think Before You Sleep and Freerun, because I remember correctly, he was very, like, anti-watching Freerun for the longest time. Because, you know, of the bandwagon and stuff. But then finally he caved and he's like, wait, this is actually kind of good.
The drama that they caused. I have seen so many bad people play this game that the minute I see it, I instantly start hating the person.
You're all gonna burn. Just wait. Hell is opening up soon. Have fun. And good luck. I wish you all the best. Satan will be here.
Oh, so she...
What? Like, I was always saying she was schizo, but I didn't mean, like, actual legit schizo. That was, like, BPD Floyd moment here. Not, like, actually, like, Satan's gonna open up the gates of hell and will drag you in it and rape your assholes with it with the flames and the rods down below. You will get what you pay for. Hail Satan! What the fuck?
She's literally a demon. Or she's one of those women who think she's like a witch or something who can cast spells. A lot of prostitutes are into that witchcraft shit. You know, they say the devil makes work for idle hands, and basically what's going on here is that this is like a directionless person who just kind of exists and has no life purpose. So her purpose becomes annoying as many people as possible. Social media is full of these types.
Prove to me you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. Yeah. Prove that you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. All right, come on. Let's do it. Prove it. Prove you're not racist. All right, that's one. That's one. Thank you.
Get rid of nuns. Just get rid of nuns. The fact that they, like, look at this guy with his fucking chimpanzee face and the golden teeth there, looking so smug and proud of it. And they're trying to hold their superiority, right? Because remember, white privilege is supposed to be a thing, right? You know, we're supposed to be whites, you know, have all the power in the world. And so now they must kiss the feet of these disgusting black dudes. here to let them sit down to prove they're not racist. And her initial reaction was, no, what the fuck's wrong with you? Whatever, like, I was here first. But as soon as she saw she's being recorded by these chimpanzees, her attitude immediately changes because she knows that she'll probably be lambasted online for being racist if she doesn't do so. Because welcome to modern society. This is the white privilege we're talking about here. White women have to be humiliated on a daily fucking basis for these inbred freaks.
Prove that you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. All right, come on. Let's do it. Prove it. Prove you're not racist.
To be fair, they don't know what would happen if they said no. I mean, it is on a bus, so they could be stabbed or punched at the bare minimum, right? So I mean, it's certainly true, but like, still, to watch our white woman be humiliated like this, and know, like, as soon as she realizes it is this chocolatier demanding things of her, she immediately capitulates. It's just, we shouldn't have to live like this. Our white women should not have to live like this. They should be sent back to fucking Africa.
Alright, that's one. That's one. Thank you. That's one. One more.
And now that her friend did it, she's like, well, I guess I have to too, because remember, females work in groups, right? You know, they go with whatever the crowd, the popular thing is. So since the friend gave it up, now she feels pressure to do so as well. So here we are.
Oh my God, you guys are going viral. They're gonna say you're so good. Look at, what are your names?
Yeah, they went viral for a different reason. They went viral for the fact that this disgusting chocolatier was able to humiliate them by using what essentially is actual black privilege over them.
Say your names. Say it. Is it good?
They're like, yeah, we're not giving you our names, go away. For context, this took place in New York. I love the lack of social awareness here, where the guy doesn't get that the only reason that they moved is because they don't want to get assaulted. Now, you might think that these surrounding people would help them if they were to get attacked, but not in New York. If they try to help, they'll...
Also, the fact that right next to them was more chocolatiers. Lighter colored chocolatiers, but still nuns regardless.
...get arrested while the criminal will just walk free. Why would anyone want to live in NYC? Speaking of the miscreants of society, let's check back in with our little spellcaster. She's really been creating a ruckus in that cop car by kicking the door a bunch of times, so reminding everyone that she said she didn't want to be treated like a dog, the police have decided to transfer her into the human equivalent of a kennel van.
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Oh, this is cutting off my circulation and it hurts, please.
Listen, no more fighting, all right? Or you're going to have more charges and you're going to stay in jail longer.
Why am I going to jail?
Let's go. No more fighting. Let's go. Come on. You'll get out. You'll get out today if you don't fight.
You're going to get more charges if you don't comply with
this. The
this.
faster you get there, the faster you'll get out. As soon as you get up, get up. We're going to put them in the front, but you got to stand up. We're going to take those off and put them in the front, all right?
So it looks like she damaged that door. I hope they charge her for that instead of having my tax dollars go to replacing that panel.
Wait, she did? Sorry, I might be blind, and I'm not male enough to know car stuff, but other than the spit, which they need to do a deep clean on for STDs, I don't see where the damage is at here. I'll be honest. Have a good evening, Mugmite, and thank you for the stream. Westwell, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you sleep well yourself. She bit it? Wait, is that bite marks? I don't remember watching her bite it in it, but I know there's been a couple of cuts. I know it's just spit, 'cause I know she spit on the ground there. And she's, you know, been kind of going crazy about it. But I agree with TBYS that, you know, she should be charged for the fixing it, not my tax dollars.
Hang on, hang on. No, you got to put them in the front or we're going to put them in the back. Where do you want them? Here. Oh, stop. It's not tight. Nope. It's not tight.
It hurts from the being on it.
All right, hang on.
Squeezing my wrist.
All right, hang on. Okay. You're good. It is not tight. If I can get my finger in there, cool. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't even try to put your finger through it. Okay, here, watch your head.
Come on, get up in there, all right? Come on. Sit right up in the corner.
I hate women so much. Like, I'm sorry, chatter. It's not fun to abuse people who've already been pushed beyond mental breaking point. I hate that shit. No, 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 no. I would hate that shit if it was not deserved. But in this case, she does deserve it. Like, she is a whore. She's a hooker. She's got a burner phone. She's probably on some sort of drug based off everything else she's been acting with since the very beginning of this. On the phone call at the very beginning, she was talking with her pimp. Or at least more than likely her pimp based off the dialogue that she was using there. Like, she's not having a like she's having a mental breakdown, but not because like she's mentally unwell. I mean, I guess she is, right? But like she's a whore. Like I don't have any problems making fun of whores or druggies here. And like she was causing a scene. Like she deserves being abused. Well, maybe not exactly abused, but she deserves being made fun of. Like, she literally had 6 opportunities to de-escalate and get her paperwork 100%. Like, once again, the dental office and the female cop was not helping. They were escalating. But they weren't escalating to the same extent that the hooker has. No, nowhere near. Nowhere near. Like, I'm sorry, Cheddar, but you're seeing women crying and you're being affected by it. Ignore the female tears. It's just manipulation. Even if she wasn't a hooker and she's a regular BPD void, same fucking thing. Like, she needs to be hit a few times over the head to actually knock some sense into her.
All the way over.
Alright, scoot in.
Okay.
Alright, whatever. Or, hey, you're gonna hit by the door. Or you can just do that.
You can see the cops were laughing at her. Looks like I'm not the only one who enjoys the reactions that people have when they find out. So that's pretty much it. It says here that she spent 5 days in.
It's cruel she's some pure schizo and needs to be in the asylum. I disagree with that as well. Like, one, she's not pure schizo, but I understand the hypothetical. Even with that, like, I don't have any, like, they're schizophrenic. Like, yeah, they should be in the hospital, in the asylum, but you still need to be rough with them if they're resisting arrest and having a full-on meltdown, because if you're too nice to them, then they're just getting in their way. You're not actually solving the problem. Like, but she's not schizo. She doesn't need to be in an asylum. She does need to be in jail. She probably does have she's already been in jail once, actually, by her own admission in the cop car. Like, the problem with modern society is that we're too fucking nice. You know, the whole suicidal empathy talking point that gets passed around like candy these days. We are too fucking nice. To people who don't deserve it because they're women or they're brown. Or both, in this case, because she is swarthy of some sort of kind.
Jail. Not long enough, in my opinion. Give her like 2 weeks. She also got a nearly $500 fine. Make it more. Well, never mind. The jail time's enough. Her mom's just gonna pay that fine for her. How do you think she turned out that way? But I cannot stress this enough. Our punishments are way too light in this country. We need to be tougher on criminals and tougher on people who create problems for either no reason or out of extreme selfishness. And also, we should be very outspoken against behavior like this.
Like, I don't understand, like, if you're struggling, why don't you go to, like, a cheap buffet? And you just go to the buffet and you have, like, all you can eat stuff and then just, like, save the food when people aren't looking. Go to buffets and spend the minimum amount and get all the food and just wait until no one's looking at you and, like, bring Tupperware.
So the person in chat who talked about how Asians were good, and you know, the Asians are the only nons that are acceptable. Here is some Asian chick with an accent. I don't know what kind of Asian chick. I'm sorry, my racism is not at that high level there. But she is pretty. Talking about having a non-Western mentality here. Basically stealing. Right? Because the point of buffets is that you pay all you eat while you are there. Alright? Because it's a limitation. It's not for you just to take food to feed off of for a whole entire week. It's only for the hour or two that you're there with your friends and family here. That you can eat whatever you want. You're paying for the time essentially that you're there, not for the whole entire week. This is a low trust, third world mentality to abuse the system in place. And here is your hot Asian chick supporting this. Yeah. Asians don't count either, for the exception. There. Bring Tupperware, yeah, I'll do that, thanks. What the fuck? That's some Eastern European accent. She's hella not Asian. The eyes say otherwise, unless it's the makeup there. But and also the face shape too. Like she's some sort of Asian. Maybe she was raised in Eastern Europe because it's far and few between, but it's possible. But she is Asian of some sort here. She knows that's why she says no while no one's looking. Yes, and she's promoting low trust society actions. So she's actually actively breaking and advocating for breaking the trust within high society. So even though she knows, right, which is better than I guess the NWAs knowing and not caring. Well, I guess not even really acknowledging enough to really care in the NWA's case. She's arguably worse because she knows and she's advocating to create low trust society behavior. So yes, Asians don't count either for your race mixing. Get it together. Get it together, my chuds. Come on. Knock some sense. She's Filipina. That's low trust South Asian behavior. Eurasian looking. Yeah, okay. Like, she could be a Hapa, yeah. Like, she's probably some sort of mix, right? Because she doesn't look full-blown Asian. And obviously, she's assembled into, like, Western dressing with makeup and the lipstick and the nails and stuff. But she is some sort of Asian of some flavor. She could be Central Asian because there are a lot of half Russian, half Asian people in the stands of Central Asia. That would make sense.
And put it there, okay?
Hey everybody, life hack, just steal. Gee, I don't think any poor person's ever thought of that one before. I guess buffets are gonna have to close now because of changes in consumer habits.
Ah, yes, and was. I remember coming this on stream. That McDonald's is getting rid of self-serve stuff. Because of, well, they're getting, NWAs are getting water cups and filling it with pop instead.
But with all of this in mind, maybe some Stoic philosophy is relevant because people love to use their economic situation or social standing as an excuse for their shitty behavior. However, as far back as 2,000 years ago, some people realized that whether you're rich or poor, all people suffer, all people can have discipline or be degenerate, and all people are capable of good behavior or bad behavior. This assumption that being poor means you're moral and being rich means you're immoral is stupid. There are rich people who do good things and there are poor people who do bad things, and all of us can fall into the same vices no matter what our wealth or social standing is. So the measure of a person should not be how much money they have or how popular they are. The measure of a person should be their virtue, because everybody can practice good virtue. Everybody can do the right thing.
Sorry, I think before you sleep. I know you're probably making this a little bit YouTube safe because I know his Twitter page is spicier than this. But not everybody can. It's only whites that can. It is white culture to have a high trust society. That's why the Asian chick, as pretty as she is advocating for low trust society actions, right? That's why let me try to learn English again here. That's why the self-service thing and the other examples he posted from Twitter were all NWAs advocating and doing those type of deal. That's why the dental crash out video was some sort of swarthy void. It was somewhere in Florida, based off or at least down south enough with the palm trees. So it might be like maybe Arizona, somewhere warm enough where they could dress like that and have palm trees in January, right? So she could be some sort of Colombian or Cuban, Mexican sort of like mix, more than likely there that she's got. So she's some sort of swarthy, like brown, and so that's why she had that's why she's creating the actions that she was doing, right? Notice, and even though the voids in the dental office were white, as well as the cop, and they were escalating a little bit, they were not acting to the same extent. They were one working at a dental office, or two working as a cop, right? Better, more, arguably moral positions to be in, even if they shouldn't be in the workforce in itself, right? Like, not everyone can be moral and virtuous. It's only white society that can. Plus our honor Aryans, Japanese. That's about it. That's about it. There. So sorry to the PBYS, but disagree here.
And the measure of a good society is about how many virtuous people are in it, which is why we need to keep all the wrongdoers in line or quarantine them to a mental hospital or an island. Outside of that, if you want to find yourself in a happy place with people who like you, there's nothing more valuable than a person who's honest, a person who doesn't have like 10 different vices, and a person who will do what they can to help others if they need it. And the way you achieve this, whether you are rich or poor, is to get your self-esteem from your good deeds and your discipline, instead of getting it from the things that you can buy. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
See, and I like the little bit of think before you
Hey, you
sleep.
bold enough-
Was it fully related to the video? Not exactly, but it was still pretty good enough in relation to it. They give you a little bit of like kernels of advice at the very end, how to make your life better. With that, because he's right. You shouldn't be so completely materialistic to actually find your happiness in life. But also, my amalgamation advice here, right? The amalgamation and retardation advice is to stay away from Browns. I know it ends in Y here. In Japan, you can leave out a purse and it won't get stolen, unless you're in a tourist area, because a tourist will steal your purse. Exactly. That's the problem here. I've heard that some cities precincts have in-house capabilities and outsource pacing services provided in downtime of cars if at $200 of taxpayer money. You mean like the fix the police car? You mean? Possibly. Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure. As long as it's not my fucking taxpayers, but like then again, I guess it is still taxpayer. But like it's like 1 cent of my taxpayer dollar, so it's only 200. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I did put the link for the video in the chat there. Make sure you give the video a likey like and maybe add something in the comment section to help promote. Think Before You Sleep is a great dude. He makes good videos. I like him a lot. I've been a fan of him for many years now. Despite some things he's done in the past, I still think he does good work. And that kind of deal. So check it out. Check it out here. Sorry, I'm trying to do something in the back end and kick change something. And I got a little confused. I'll have to check that out a little bit later. Well, just a little bit later then. Virtues, morals, and Mole has much simpler advice. What can I say? Well, what can I say? I mean, I'm not saying we don't need morals or virtues or anything like that, but it only works within whites, so... Something he's done in the past? Yeah, Venti, yes. Venti is something he has actually done in the past year. Okay, chat. I'm gonna be sending you off now. We are a little bit overstreaming. I gotta pee. Here. So I hope you enjoyed our happy Pride Month tonight. Remember to be gay and do crime for this 1 month and 1 month only. Only in the UK, though, because... you gotta cause a little bit of ruckus there, right? Yeah, you gotta cause a little ruckus there. If you can stab a man and cry more racism, get out of it. You might as well try, right? Please don't actually do that. Please don't actually do that. Disavow. YouTube bros, I am sending you over to Mari_EN. She is not political, so do not bring up politics there. That'd be very gay of you to do so. Kick Bros, I'm sending you over to Leaflet. She is political, but remember just to follow her rules. Don't be too spicy. Don't fed post. All that fun thing, right? Rumble Balls, I'm putting the cuck chair because I'm lazy tonight and I don't want to find somewhere to send you. That's literally it. There. So, yeah. Hope you enjoyed stream. I will see you guys on Wednesday at 7:45 p.m. for whatever we do that night. Thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and hope you have a good night. Why? Why?